Imagine being able to create a complete video from just a simple text prompt. With video AI, that becomes possible. Let's register a user. You can also register with GitHub and Google, and once you sign up, you will be redirected back to the homepage. And now you can either upgrade to Pro, create a new video, and go to your profile settings. If you click on settings, you can go to your profile settings where you can change your username, email, password, and connect your providers. Now let's click on create a new video, and once you are in the generate AI video here, the app will let users generate from 5 seconds to 5 minutes video. The user can be able to upload their own images and generate video based on their own images if he or she is a pro member. Let's click on upgrade to Pro, and for the billing and subscription, we are using Polar. Now let's use Polar to add our billing. Once you're subscribed, you will be redirected to the dashboard page where you can create your first video. You can either click on this button or click on this button at the top. Now, as you can see, there is no upgrade to Pro button here because you're already a Pro member. And if you click on new video, and as you can see this time, you are able to upload your own images. Gold Coast Tourism generate a 10-second video promoting tourism attractions in Gold Coast. You can improve the prompt. You can also increase and decrease the duration. Let's keep it 10 seconds because we mentioned in here to be 10 seconds. And let's upload our own images. These are the Gold Coast images that we are going to upload, and click on generate video. Once you click on the generate button, the entire process runs in the background using Inngest. So everything is scalable and production ready. As you can see, it has been finished and finalized. Let's go back to our app and refresh the page. And this is our video, complete 10-second video generated by AI and rendered using Remotion. You can play the video and you can download the video. For the tech stack, we will be using Next.js, ShadCN UI, and Tailwind CSS for the app interface, Inngest for background job, OpenAI, Anthropic or Gemini for generating script, Remotion for rendering videos, Better Auth for authentication, Prisma and NeonDB for data storage, and ElevenLabs for voiceover. Okay, now without further ado, let's dive in and build this amazing app together. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 1, we are going to set up our project and install dependencies. We are going to use ShadCN UI to set up our project. I'm going to ShadCN UI, and from here you can click on create new project, and then here you can choose your library. I'm going to use Base UI because Base UI is the standard right now. For the style, I think I'm going to keep it this one, Vega. It looks like a bit better. And also for base color and for theme, I will keep it the same. For icons, I will keep Lucid. For font, I'm going to change it, and let's use Roboto. And the rest, I think I'm going to keep it the same. Now let's click on create project, and from here, copy the command. I'm going to my terminal, and then here, let's paste the command that we copy. Press enter. What is your project name? I will name it Video AI, and now ShadCN will create my project. Okay, and now let's cd into our project, cd Video AI, and then here we can run npm run dev. Actually, let's open it in VS Code first, code dot, and as you can see, we have our project, the app folder, and then the components folder. If you check it, they are all base UI components. They are being imported from base UI React. Okay, and we don't have all the components. Let's go ahead and install all the components. Let's go back to Chrome, and then here I'm going back to components, and let's click on installation, and let's click Next.js, and then here I'm going to copy this command, go back to terminal, and now let's do this one, npx, but instead of button, I'm doing dash dash all, install all the components. We don't need all of them, but we may need some of them, and we don't need to do like each one of them manually one by one. Okay, perfect. So now if we do npm run dev and now check in the browser, or you can directly click on this one, this is our project up and running. Basic ShadCN template running on Next.js. Perfect. So we set up our project and it's up and running. And in the next chapter, we will set up Prisma, our database, connect our database, and we will create our tables and schemas. Okay, let's go to Excalidraw and mark them as done. So this one finished. We set up our project and we installed ShadCN dependency. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 2, we are going to set up Better Auth. We are going to set up Prisma and we are going to install and set up Better Auth UI. Okay, so let's start by installing and setting up Better Auth. I'm going to Better Auth, go to installation, and let's do npm install Better Auth. I'm going to shut down my dev server and now npm install Better Auth. Okay, Better Auth has been installed. Now let's go back to Google Chrome and check and configure Better Auth. Now in here, we have to add Better Auth secret. You can add whatever you want. You can type whatever in this Better Auth secret, but I'm going to generate a secret from here. But let's install Prisma. If we install Prisma, it should add .env automatically. Anyway, we are going to set up our database also. In here, click on docs. And once you're in this page, let's click on this one, add to existing project. And we are using PostgreSQL. So now let's install these things. The first one, I'm going to install dev dependencies, and let's also copy dependencies. Now let's install dependencies. Okay, perfect. Dev dependencies and dependencies has been installed. Now let's initialize Prisma. We can do npx prisma init. You can find the command from here, npx prisma init, and you can also provide an output path. We paste this one also, data source, which is Postgres, and let's init. It should have been created .env file for us and schema.prisma. Now we should have prisma.config.ts and schema.prisma, and let's go down. Now let's add this one, let's create a Prisma client. So we copy this one inside the lib folder. Let's go to VS Code, and inside this lib folder, I'm going to create a new file, db.ts. You can name it whatever you want. We don't have this generated Prisma client yet, but we will create that soon. Okay, as you can see, we are importing Prisma PG from Prisma adapter PG and Prisma client from generated Prisma client. We don't have this yet, but we will create that soon, and it will be in the lib folder itself. And in the connection string, the database URL, we will add the database URL soon, and adapter, and then Prisma, new Prisma client, export Prisma. But instead of this Prisma, I'm going to change it to DB, and then I'm straight away export from here, export const DB, like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and create this database URL. I'm going to open NeonDB, and then in the Neon console, I have a few databases, but let's create a new one, create a new project. I will name my project videoai and choose a location, Sydney, and let's click on create. Now let's click on connection string and .env, and I'm going to copy this URL. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here inside this .env, let's remove everything and add our database URL here. So we have database URL, and now this should work. If we check our schema.prisma, we have a Prisma client, and then the output is lib generated Prisma. If you don't specify, as I told you earlier, it will be generated inside lib and then generated Prisma. We should also have a prisma.config.ts. In here, sometimes this import.env config is missing. Make sure this one exists here. Now let's go back to the browser, and this time let's install Better Auth. You can close this one We don't need this anymore. Let's close the whole neon and let's go back to Better Auth. And then here, let's also add this URL. We can copy this one and go back to, let's generate a secret first. Copy this one, go back to VS Code and then .env, add it like this. I'm going to wrap it in code. It's not required to be in codes, but I prefer it like this. And let's copy this one also and paste it here, and let's wrap this one also in quotes. For Better Auth, what I'm going to do, if you come down in here, click on Prisma, and we are going to use this one. So click on this one, Prisma. Let's go back to VS Code, and inside this lib folder, let's create auth.ts and paste this one. We don't need this one. And we don't need this Prisma client also. What we are going to do, because we already created a database instance here, a database client. So let's use that database instance. I name it DB. So let's import DB from DB, and that's all good. And we have to change this one to PostgreSQL like this. Let's go back to browser and now create our database tables. Let's copy this command, npx better auth CLI generate, and let's go back to our terminal. And then here, let's paste this. Yes. Okay, it's complaining about Prisma client, so it can't find it. Let's go ahead and generate Prisma first. Let's do npx Prisma migrate div. Now let's do npx Prisma generate, and now our Prisma has been generated. If we check our VS Code, now we have generated folder here. So let's fix this DB now. Instead of this dot, I'm going to change it to /lib like this, and then generated Prisma client. It should have, this one now has been fixed. And let's remove all these comments. Let's check our auth, and now let's go back, do Better Auth CLI again. So from here, let's do this one again. Oh, it's complaining this time about this one. So let's set up Better Auth properly. So let's come down. If you click on integration, let's click on Next.js, and then in here, we have to create this one, API auth and then route.ts. Let's copy the file name first, and let's go inside this app, create a new file. Actually, this is a folder, API, and then inside the API folder, we create a new folder, auth, and then inside the auth folder, we create another folder, which we can catch all the routes. It's all, and then route.ts. And then let's go back to browser and copy the content. Copy this one and go back here. Paste it here. Now let's go back to the browser. Okay, this is for app router, but this is for pages router. And now let's create a client also. And then here, let's create auth client.ts like this. We don't need these comments. Okay, perfect. Let's try this time. Let's go cd videoai and let's run it now. It says that the schema.prisma already exists. Do you want to override? I will say yes. And now, if we check our Prisma schema.prisma, we should have user, account, verification, and those kind of tables. As you can see, we have user table, session table, account table, verification table. They are from Better Auth. So we have set up Prisma, we have set it up our database, we have set it up Better Auth, and now let's go and then install Better Auth UI. We don't need these two anymore. Let's click on this one. Let's open Better Auth UI, Better Auth UI, and let's click on installation and install this one. Okay, while it's installing, let's go to documentation again and copy this one, this CSS code, and paste it in global.css. Let's close all of them, all the open files, and go to app global.css and paste it here. And now let's go back to documentation. If you go down, or you can click on here, Next.js integration, we can click on here also, Next.js integration, and let's come down. We need to add providers.tsx inside the app and copy this code. Let's go back to VS Code. Under the app, we create a new file. We will name it providers.tsx. And paste the content. I'm going to remove all these comments. We don't need them. Okay, let's go back to documentation. And the next step is that we need to add this provider to our layout. And then let's create auth pages. Under the app, let's create auth and then path and then page.tsx. Let's do that. First, let's add this provider to layout. In our layout, let's wrap this children with providers. Providers like this, and put the children inside this provider. I'm also going to remove these two fonts and just keep this, I don't know, MTLIs or something. And we only need to keep the Roboto font. So I'm going to remove these two, keeping only Roboto, and these two also removing. Now, let's create our auth folder, and then inside this auth folder, we will create a path folder, and then inside this path folder, we will create a page.tsx, and we paste the content that we did copy. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to documentation, and this page will generate this link, these links for us. Sign in, sign up, magic link, forgot password, two-factor, recover account, reset password, and sign out, callback, and accept invitation. Let's also add an account page under the app again. We will create a new folder, account, and then under account again, we'll create path, and then under the path, page.tsx. Let's paste the content, and now let's go back to documentation. I think we are all done. That's it. If you want to add organization, it's up to you, but I think I'm not going to add organization. It should be all good for us. Now, if we run our app, which is already running, if we check it out, let's refresh it, and if we go to our sign in, if we go to, and now if we go to auth and then sign in, we have this beautiful sign in page. And if you click on sign up, we are going to sign up. If you click on forgot password, it's forgot password. Perfect. Let's make this center. To make this center, let's go back in here in VS Code, and in layout, I'm going to add mean height, device view height, and let's do flex, column, and items center, justify center, like this. If you check it now, it should be in the center like this. Let's also, if we go to Better Auth UI, we will find it out how we can add like social authentication. Let's go in here. And now in here, let's click on components and Auth UI provider. If you come down, this is the references, what we can pass. We need to pass social. So let's go back to VS Code, and where was our providers? And here, let's add social, which is an object. And then here, let's do providers. And if you come down in here, this is an example of how we can use the providers. So you can copy this one, or we can go ahead and add that. So let's come down and we say social. In the social, this is an object. Let's do providers, and providers is an array. First one, let's do a Google. We need only Google and GitHub. Let's add GitHub also. And here, GitHub and Google. And now if we check in the browser, we should have GitHub and Google. As you can see, we have sign in with GitHub and sign in with Google. In the sign up field, also we have sign in with GitHub and sign in with Google. Perfect. Amazing job. Okay, I think we are all done with the Better Auth UI setup. In the next chapter, we are going to add API keys for Google and GitHub. We will add our other models to our Prisma, and we will start working on our video. Let's go to Excalibur, and in here, let's mark them as completed. This one, Better Auth, we set it up Better Auth, we set it up Prisma, and we set it up Better Auth UI. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 3, we are going to create our video model. We are going to create our dashboard page, and also we are fixing authentication layout. It's just about styling. It's already working, but I just want to add a bit of style to that. So if we check our app, as you can see, now it's looking like this. I'm going to change it, and I'm removing this border, and I want to add a little bit more shadow. Let's go to VS Code, and then here, this is our app auth path and then page.tsx. Come here, let's add class name shadow 2xl like this, and border none. this should be all about that. If we check it now, as you can see, it's looking a bit better. The same should have been applied to sign up, because all these pages are using that component, and in the forgot password also the same. All of them should work. Perfect. Now let's register an account. I'm going to use, actually we didn't add GitHub and Google sign-in options. Let's do that, or we can sign up with our email and password, but I'm going to use, let's add GitHub. In the GitHub, let's come down here and click on settings, and let's go down, click on developer settings, and in the developer settings, click on OAuth app. In here, I already have 2 apps. Let's create a new one. I will name it videoai. Homepage URL. For now, let's do this one like this. Application description. We are not worried about that one. And for this one, authorization callback, we can get that one from Better Auth. If you go to authentication and then GitHub, this should be that URL, the redirect URL. Okay, let's go back to GitHub and paste it here. Register application. And now this is our client ID. Let's copy this one and go to our VS Code. In here, let's open .env. And in .env, let's do it to be GitHub client ID. And let's paste this. Let's also add GitHub client secret. We can copy this and come down. Instead of ID, we'll do secret. And let's grab our secret. Click on this button, generate a new client secret, and now copy this secret key. Okay. Paste it here, and let's go to Auth. Inside the lib folder, open Auth, and then in this Auth, after the database, let's add email and password, because we already provide that one. Email and password enabled, we make it true. And now let's come down. We can put a comma here, and then let's come down to social providers. For the social providers, right now we only do Google and GitHub. And then for the GitHub, let's do client ID, which is process.env.github client ID. We can grab this one. And also let's add client secret. Client secret. We will do process.env.github client secret. This one. Okay. We are getting an error because it may think that it can be undefined. So we can put a bang operator, and this will make sure that this exists. It's not null. Now let's restart the server, because we added environment variables, npm run dev. Let's once again migrate. I don't know, did we migrate our database or not? Let's do that again. So in my terminal, I'm going to do npx prisma generate first, and then let's do npx prisma migrate div. Enter our migration name. We will name it initial migration. It has been migrated. Perfect. Now let's do npm run div. And if we check in the browser, I am already in the sign up page. Let's click on sign in with GitHub. And now I need to authorize this app to access my GitHub, and I'm getting redirected back to the homepage. It means my account has been registered, and now I am authenticated. Perfect. Now let's work on model, the video model, and then we will do dashboard. Let's go back to VS Code, and let's open schema.prisma. We already have a bunch of model, and now in here, let's come down and add a model video. The video model will have an ID, which will be like, we can copy this one. Type is also ID. Let's add a default. For the default, we can use CUID or UUID, whatever you like. We'll need a user ID. User ID will be of type string. We will also need user, which is of type user, and then we also need to specify a relationship. The relationship, the field that we want to reference is the user ID, and the reference itself is the ID in the user table, this ID in the user table, user ID. We also need to do on delete cascade. Now let's add title of the video. Title will be string, description string, and make it optional. Let's also add this video to user model, so the error should go away. And here let's come down and say videos and then video. And let's also add a prompt. A prompt is of type, let's make it the string also. And let's add it, make sure that it's dv.text. Now duration of the video, duration, let's do integer. And let's also do status. And for this one, we will do video status. Let's come down and create this video status. We'll create an enum, and then video status. We will have pending, we will have generating script, we will have generating scenes, scenes. We will also have generating voice. We will also have rendering and completed. Let's also add one more, which is failed. And now in here for the status, we will do video status. And let's add a default. So the default one will be pending. Let's also add script. Script is of type string. Let's make it optional and mark this one also to be db.text. Let's add scenes. Scenes will be of type JSON. Product image is also of type JSON. Product images, this one is also of type JSON. Voice URL is of type string. Video URL is also string, but optional. Thumbnail URL but optional. On error message, let's make it also string. We'll make it optional. And render progress will be integer, so it's just a number. Let's also add created that and updated that. The default is now. Let's also add updated that, and this one is also of type datetime and decorated with updated at. Let's come down and add index. Index will be user ID, and then it's double, shouldn't be double. And let's also index status. A status like this. Perfect. We are all done with our model. Let's go ahead and migrate it. As you can see, it's not formatted properly. Let's go ahead and format it and then migrate it. I'm going to shut down my dev server. And now let's do npx prisma format. And now let's do npx prisma generate. npx prisma generate and npx npx prisma migrate div, adding video table or video schema, and we're all done. And as you can check, it has been formatted nicely. Now let's go ahead and create our dashboard. For our dashboard, I'm coming here. Let me close everything, and inside this app, I'm going to create a new folder. Call it dashboard. And then inside this dashboard, let's add page.tsx. Let's straight away do export default function. We will name it dashboard page like this. And then let's return right now just a simple div. And then in here, I will do h1 and dashboard like this. Let's also create a layout for this one. We want this page to be protected. Layout.tsx. Let's do export default function. And this one will be dashboard layout. For the layout, we need to pass children also. Let's destructure it. Children will be of type react node. And let's straight away destructure it from here. Children. And then here, let's just, instead of returning some dummy stuff, I'm going to copy a piece of code from Better Auth UI. If you come here in Better Auth UI, and then come down in the sidebar, auth loading. Click on this one and come down. You can copy this one. I'm going to copy this one. Let's copy with the fragment itself, or let's copy this one and go back to our VS Code, and let's return a fragment here, and then inside this fragment paste this one. So your custom skeleton, we don't have a skeleton yet, but we can create one. Let's go ahead and copy the skeleton from Better Auth UI. It's already there. Skeleton loader, this one. I'm going to copy this one, and let's go back to VS Code. Inside the component, I will name it skeleton loader. Skeleton.tsx. And then paste it here, export function. And let's name it auth skeleton. We can name this one also to be auth skeleton, actually. Auth skeleton. We don't need this component example and example. Let's remove them. Remove this one and remove this example also. And we need to remove them, the instance of them from this page also, since we don't have this anymore. For the home page, the main home page, we just do a div and then a home page like this. Close that one, and now let's come to this layout, and then here, okay, when it's logged in, if the user is logged in, we just pass the children. But if not logged in, let's do auth skeleton loader, auth skeleton like this. And now if we check in the browser, this is homepage. But if we go to dashboard, as you can see, it was loading for a little bit, and then it show dashboard page. But if I remove the cookies, let's click on inspect elements, and then click on applications, and then here remove the cookies, all of them, and we can close this back. And now we should not be able to go to dashboard. So as you can see, it's redirecting it as back to sign in page. Even if we try to go manually, try to go to dashboard, you cannot go. You have to come back to sign in page. Let's sign back in, and now we are back to dashboard. Okay, perfect. Let's go and work in the dashboard page, for the dashboard page. The first thing first, I'm going to add a nav bar at the very top. So to add a header, what I'm going to do, let me close all these open files. Inside this component, I'm going to add dashboard navbar .tsx, and now let's export const dashboard navbar. Make it an arrow function like this, and now let's return header, and then in this header let's add a class name bg white, and then border button border b like this. Now let's come down, let's add a nav, and then let's add a class name maxw 7xl like this, and then mx auto px 4, and then flex item center and justify between like this. Okay, the first one, in this one we will add logo here. So right now we will just need to add a div. We will keep it empty, or you can write logo. We will add our logo later, and now we need to add another div. Let's add a class name to this one, flex items center, and then let's do gap 4. Let's come down, and then here let's add a link. You can import from Next link. In this link, let's add href, map it to pricing, and now let's name it by credits. Let's add another link. Actually, we can put this inside a button. Let's put it in a button. Import from UI button like this, and paste this inside this button. We can add another link, and then this one, let's also add a button, and then in this button, let's say new video, and let's add href here. Href will be /dashboard and then /new like this. And now that we have added this one, let's go and add that to our dashboard page or dashboard layout. So when someone is already signed in, we need to render the children, but before children, we need to add the dashboard navbar like this. Let's also go to the main layout, which is this one. And in this main layout, we added minimum height to be device view height. Let's add minimum weight also to be device view weight like this. And now if we come here, we can say weight should be full. And let's add a height also, 16 pixel. And then let's also add this to be flex column, shadow 2xl. And now if we check in the browser, it is looking like this. Okay. It is very in the center because I think in the main layout, we specified to be justify center. We can move that, we'll remove that one. In the main layout, I justify center. Let's remove this. And for the auth layout, we can add a custom layout for that one. And now it's like this. Okay, perfect. I think the shadow is a bit too much. Shadow LG. I think LG should be fine. We can move this MX auto from here, and we can put it here. Rounded MD. Like this. If we check this time, looking much better. Okay, let's fix this one. Let's go back to VS Code. And then here, I'm going to wrap everything in a div. Paste it here. And then let's add a class name to this div. And let's do W full flex justify between and items center. And now if we check in the browser, As you can see, it's looking a bit better, but we have to move them down a little bit. Okay, in here, let's add, since we have flex column, let's add justify center. And I think I'm going to create a new component here. Let's name it video list.tsx. And you can copy exactly this one, but we will change it and paste it in here. And instead of dashboard layout, the dashboard navbar, let's do video list. And we don't need these headers. And let's return a div first, a class name, and then maxway 7xl and w full flex, a flex wrap, a gap 4, and I think that's it right now. And now let's come down here. Right now I'm going to add like some dummy array. I will just say array.from, and then in the first argument we will say length to be, let's do 20, and then the second argument, let's make it the first argument is null. That's the item, we don't need this, and then the second is the index. And then what we are going to do, we are going to do a return, let's do card, import card from UI card, and then let's do here. And now let's add a key to this. Key is I, and let's also add a class name. A class name will be bg natural, I don't know, natural 500. And let's do shadow lg, and then min height, minimum height, let's do 96, and weight should be w full, like this. And right now I think that's all we need. And let's go to the page where we have our page inside the dashboard. Let's open this one, and then instead of this dashboard, let's do video list. Import it like this, and let's add a class name here also. Class name, let's just do py6. Let's make this a little bit smaller. I think we can do min height, and then I don't know, let's do 72. That should be all good. And then in this natural 500, I'm going to change it to 100. And this one flex wrap, I think instead of flex, let's do it to be grid. And then grid column 3, we need a 3-column grid like this, and then gap 4. And since we have w full here, the parent div also should be w full. Let's do it here. W full flex justify center, and then items center also. We will also do flex wrap. Now it's all of them are a center. So we will add real videos here. This will be our video list, but now they are just a placeholder. It's not a video list now. Okay, in the next chapter, we are going to install Remotion, and we will work and set up our Remotion working with videos. But for this chapter, I think that's enough. And let's go back to Scarlet Raw, and then here, let's mark them as done, done, and done. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 4, we are going to install Remotion. We will configure Remotion, and we will use Remotion composition to render our video. So let's go ahead and check out the Remotion website. And here, once you come to Remotion, you can click on Docs. It will create a new project for you, but we already have, if you already have a project, because I already have a project, then click on this one, installation in existing projects. and now use this one. Let's install it. I'm going to shut down my terminal, my dev server. Let's paste the command here and press enter. Okay, Remotion has been installed. Let's go back to documentation and we need to install these packages also. Let me open Remotion Player, Remotion Renderer, and Remotion Lambda. I'm using npm. Let's do this one. Paste it here. Let's bring the other commands also. Remotion Renderer in here. Click on npm if you're using npm. I just copied this part because I already have npm installed. Paste it here. Let's bring the other one. This Remotion Lambda is not really necessary, but let's install in case if we want to use it. And let's test Remotion Lambda like this. Press enter to install them. Okay, they're all installed now. Let's run npm run dev again. And now let's create our components. We need to create a new folder, call it Remotion, and then inside that we create composition. It doesn't need to be composition. You can name it whatever you want. And then we need to create a root and also index. So let's do that. Let's just go to VS Code. I'm going to close all these open files. Let's close this ones also. And in the root of our project, let's create a new folder. We will name it Remotion. And then inside this one, let's create a composition, but I will name it video composition. And let's also create root.tsx, and also let's do index.ts. In the video composition right now, let's do export default function video composition like this. And then right now, let's just return null. Return null. In the root, we can copy the code from documentation. We should not waste our time by writing it. And this is the root. The main thing is that we are using this composition component from Remotion. Let's copy this part and paste it here. But definitely we are going to change it. And let's import video composition. Remove this one also. Video composition, import it from video composition like this. And now let's copy the code for index. In the index, we only register this composition or Remotion root. It's a very simple and 2-3 lines of code like this. And let's paste it in index.ts like this. And the root is root like this. Okay, now let's go ahead first create Remotion config, and then we will come and work on root. Remotion config should be in the root of our project. Let's do it remotion.config.ts like this. And now let's import config from Remotion CLI like this, and then /config. Let's come down now and let's do config.set video image format, and we will set it to JPEG. Let's come down and then config, and then now let's do config set override output, make it true. Again, config.set codec, set it to H.264. And now let's also reduce the concurrency to avoid issues. We'll do config.set concurrency. We will set it to 1. Now let's do config.set Chromium disable web security. Make it true. And the last one, config.set Chromium headless mode. This one. Set it also to true. At the end, let's export default config. Since we are using React 19, we don't need to import React. It's already available in every file. And now let's start by creating an interface, and let's name it scene. So every part of the video is a scene. Our scene will have an ID, and it will be string, It will have duration. It will be number. It will also have description, which is string, and text. Let's make it optional. If this is also string. Let's also add image URL. This is also string, but let's make this one also optional. So it's not required. Sometimes you may want a video just with text and background color. This is one also, and let's make it optional and is of type string. A text color, let's make this one also optional. This is also of type string. And animation. Animation, let's do make it optional first, and then let's do fading, and or we can do slide up, or we can do zoom in, or we can do none. It's up to you. You can add like whatever you want. It's up to you that what type of animation you like. And now let's come down and create another interface. I will name it composition props. I don't know. Composition props. Actually, let's do video composition. And then here we need scenes, which is of type scenes that we created above. Scene, an array of scene. Let's make it optional. And we need audio URL. This one is also optional. For the audio URL, it's of type string, and we will use ElevenLabs. Let's change this one from empty to video composition. The component is video composition, that's correct. Duration in frames, you can keep it 60 right now, but I'm going to change it to 300. And then FPS 30, I'm going to change it to 60 because I increased the duration in frames. Let's change this one also. The weight of the video and the height of the video, we can keep it like this, but let's change it to be a bit bigger. 1920, weight should be 1920, and height should be 1080, 1080, like this. Now let's also add default props. This is an object, and we need to add scenes like this, and since it's an array of objects. So for that, it will have every scene will have an ID, duration, description, text, background, text color, and animation. As you can see, we created the interface here. We need to pass all these properties. So the ID will be, let's do default scene. For the duration, let's do it 5 seconds. And description, default scene. And for the text, let's do, I don't know, hello world. And for the background color, I'm going to use this custom color. It's 1A, again 1A and 1A, like this. For the text color, background is kind of black, but a little bit like grayish. For the text color, I think white is looking good on a black background. And then animation, for the animation, let's do fade in, and then make it as constant. Let's add audio URL, and right now let's do undefined. And now let's come out of this default props. We will add calculate metadata. And this is a function. Let's straight away destructure the props. Let's do const type props, which will be props, type props of type props, and then come down const since type props dot scenes, like this, or an empty array. It's like this, should be like that. Okay, as you can see, we are getting a TypeScript error here. Let's mark this to be as video composition props, like this. And now let's come down, let's do const total seconds. How many seconds? Which will be scenes dot reduce, and then let's do ACC. You can name it whatever you want, and then scene. And let's return ACC plus scene dot duration. And then the default The default for this one should be, let's do 0. It should start from 0. And now in here, let's return it. Duration in frames. Let's do math.max and then math.round and then total seconds times 30. And then in here also, let's do 30 like this. I didn't misspell this one. That's why it's still complaining. Should be type props like this. Perfect. We are all done with the root component. We are done with index also. We can close these two files and now we can work on video composition. For the video composition, I'm going to import a few components, a few things from Remotion like this, which is absolute fill, HTML5, audio, image, sequence, and the rest of them. So absolute fill it's just a div with position absolute and 100% weight, 100% height. HTML5 audio, that's HTML5 audio. Images to render images, and the sequences like video is made up of sequences. So each scene is a sequence like that. And now let's create our interface here. Our interface will be exactly the same that we created in root. This one, the scene interface. We can copy this one or you can export it from here, but I'm going to copy this one and paste it here. And now the other one also we need to import this one, video composition props, and let's paste it here. Okay, in the video composition, let's straight away destructure a few props. We need sense and we need audio URL. They are of type video composition props like this. And now we don't need to return null. We will get FPS first. Let's check const FPS or frame per second. We will use config, the hook that we have access in here, use video config, and let's come down. We will check if there is no sense or sense.length is 0. If no sense or sense.length is 0, it means we don't have our video. We just need to return absolute field. And in this absolute field, inside this, let's add an h1 tag. H1 tag, let's say no scene provided. No scenes are provided. Like this lowercase. No scenes provided. We can add a style to this one. For the BG, let's add a class name. BG black justify center. Items center like this. Let's add a class name to h1 also. And for this one, let's do color. Oops, sorry. Text to be white and font size, I don't know. Let's do text to be 5 pixel. But if there are scenes, now let's do it to be, we first need to create timings, cross scene timing, and then we'll do scenes.map. And then when we map, we need scene. When we map, we need scene, which is of type scene, the interface that we created above. And we also need index, which is of type number. And let's add a question mark here in case it's empty. And now in here, let's do previous scenes, const prev scenes. And then let's do this one to be scenes dot slice from 0 to index, this index that we have access here. And then let's come down, start frame. The start frame will be the previous scenes dot reduce, ACC, comma, a prev scene. And then let's calculate it. ACC plus math.round prev scene dot duration times frame per second, FPS. It's lowercase p. And the default value will be 0. Perfect, like this. And now let's come down. Const duration in frames. we'll do it to be math.round and scene.duration times FPS. Now return something from this function. Return, we are going to return start frame. We are also going to return duration in frames. Let's also return scene and scene index, which will be index. And now let's return our HTML or markups, come outside of this function, outside of this scene timings, and return our React JSX. Return, we will return absolute fill again. And then in this absolute fill, let's just add a style first, class name. We will say BG black. And then let's come down. In here, let's map through a scene timings. Scene timings dot map. And let's destructure some props. We can destructure all of this four. And now let's come down. Let's return a sequence. And now this sequence, this one should be wrapped like this. And this one should be closed in here. And now in this sequence, we need to add a key first because React requires a key. We will do scene.id. Let's also do from. From will be start frame. Let's also do duration in frames, which will be duration in frames. And now let's come down. We will do scene component. This is a self-closing tag. We will create this soon. Till now we don't have this. And then we will pass scene and also we'll pass scene index, which is scene index. And down here, let's add the audio URL. If we have audio URL, then in that case, let's do HTML5 and SRC will be audio URL like this. And now let's go ahead and create this scene component. You can create it down below or you can create it above this component, but I'm going to create it above. Let's do it a const scene component. Let's make it an arrow function. Doesn't mean to be an arrow function. You can make whatever function you like. And now in here, actually, let's destructure first a few props. We need scene. As you can see in here, we are passing scene and scene index. So we need to destructure that. Let's do scene and scene index. Scene is of type scene and scene index is of type number. We are going to return again absolute fill, and we are not going to add any style for this one. And then in here, let's add animated image. For this animated image, let's do image URL, which is scene.image URL like this, and scene index is scene index like this. Let's make sure this is as a string. This animated image got imported from Remotion. We don't want it from Remotion. We are going to create ourselves. But before that, let's also create animated text. This one also we are going to create by ourselves. And this animated text, the text will be scene.text. Description will be scene.description. Let's also add text color, which is scene.text color. Let's also add has image, if it has image or not, and then to convert this one to Boolean dot image URL. Perfect. Let's do color gray. This is also self-closing tag. We will create this soon. And style will be cinematic. Let's also create Wignet. It's also self-closing tag. We will create this one also soon. Intensity is 0.2. Let's also create film grain. This is the last one. It doesn't mean to be film grain. You can name it whatever you want, and then you have to render it here. Intensity is 0.25. Let's fix this one also, intensity. And we are all done with this scene component. Let's go up and create. We will start from text because text is the easiest one. Let's do const animated, make it an arrow function. And as you can see, we are passing text, description, text color, has image properties. So let's destructure them straight away in here. Text, which is of type string, description of type string, and also text color of type string. And the last one has image, which is of type boolean. Okay, now let's destructure them. Text, description, the text color, and then has image. Perfect. Now let's come inside this function and we will create our frame first, because frame is use current frame. We have imported this hook in here from Remotion. Use current frame. And now in here, let's do const opacity of the text, and then we will use interpolate from, we have imported that here from Remotion. And then this one, we will use frame. We will pass an array like this, 0 to 15. Another array will be 0 and 1. Let's also add an object now. We will do extrapolate right. We need it. This is, as you can see, this is a CSS. And then easing is easing.out. This is a type of the animation, and easing.cubic. Okay, now let's create another variable. We will name it translate y, translate y, and then we will do interpolate again, passing the frame, and then we can pass exactly the same arrays that we passed above, 0 to 15, and also 0 and 1. And let's open our object, extrapolate right, which is clamp again, and then let's do easing. We can do the same thing that we did above, easing.out, and then easing.cubic, easing.cubic like this. And let's come down now. Let's return the HTML. Let's return absolute field. And let's add a class name to absolute field. For the class name, let's do flex and then flex column. Let's also do justify content. For the justify content, we need to make it conditional. To make it conditional, let's wrap it using cn function. The cn you can import from libutils. And this is the first class that we need to add. And then let's add item center and padding. Let's do piece 14, or we can do 16. And now for our conditional classes, let's do it to be like this. If has image, we will add this class. And otherwise, if doesn't have, let's change it to be like this. Otherwise, if no image, we will do center. And let's also add opacity to be opacity. And let's also add transform. We will do a translate, and then we can pass translate while like this, translate while, and this is px. It's transform. We don't need this transform. Actually, we are using tailwind. Okay, and now let's go inside this one, and inside this one we are going to render the text. So we will check if there is text. Only in that case render this. We'll do h1, and then let's render text in h1, and let's add a class name to this h1. Add a text to be, let's do 7xl font bold. Let's do text align center. Let's add margin bottom also. We can do 5 MB5. Let's also add line height. I think for the line height, they are calling it leading height. And let's also add letter spacing, which they are calling tracking height. I think we also need to add we need to use cn function here also, because we have some conditional classes. You can do without cn function also, but I prefer to use it. And now let's come down in here for the text color. We will do text color. Text color is text color, and I think that's it. We don't need these things. Let's remove them. And now this below this h1, let's render our p tag. Inside this p, we will render our description. Okay, let's now add some classes to this p tag, and let's use cn function. And for the first one, let's do text center, a font size 30 pixels. Let's do max weight to 50, which is around 1000 pixels. And then let's do text shadow LG. I think LG is okay. Or we can do 2XL, which is a bit bigger. And then for the line height, we need to do bleeding 1.5. this one, and font weight to be semi-bold. And now the last one is text color. We can add it like this. Let's remove this thing, and it's all done. And now this time let's create the animated image. The error should have been gone away from this one. This animated text complains here. Let's make sure that this text is optional, because we are checking it here like this. And now the text error should have been gone away. And then for this text color, let's make sure that this is as a string. Now let's above this animated text, we can create animated image, make it an arrow function, and let's destructure. As you can see in here, let me close this one. As you can see in scene component, in the animated image, we need to pass image URL and scene index. So let's destructure them straight away. Image URL, which is of type string, and scene index is of type number. Okay, let's grab them straight away from here. Image URL and scene index. Now come inside the function. We can again use the use current frame. Const frame equals use current frame. And now let's come down. Let's get duration in frames. Const duration in frames. And this one we can get from use video config. Okay, now let's come down. We will do const progress is equal frame. We'll do const frame divided by duration in frames, like this. Now let's come down and say const scale. We destructure scale, translate x, and also translate y. And we can destructure them from a custom function that we are going to create. I don't know what to name. Let's do get kin burns style. And then in here, let's pass scene index and also progress. We are going to create this function. So, and now let's come down here. Let's return our HTML, return absolute fill first. We don't need to add any style to absolute fill. And now in here, let's create a div. And in this div, let's add a class name, w full height is height full. Let's also add transform origin center, which we can say origin center. And let's also add filter, contrast, and filter saturation. So we can do contrast, and let's do 50 right now. And saturation also 50 for this one also. We need to use the cn function here also. Cn, and then paste it here. And then now let's have our conditional class. For our conditional class, we can do it like scale. We have access to it from here. Let's add it to be like this, scale, which is a scale, and translate x, and then the custom property translate x. And this one also need to be like that. This is how we do custom classes in Tailwind. And let's also provide this one to be pixel, and the other one is translate y. And this is also a custom one, and we will do translate y. So this is our div, and now we need to render image inside this div. We have imported that from Remotion in here, as you can see it's here. And then for the image, it should have an src. Src is image URL. And let's also add a class name. We'll do weight to be full, height to be full, and let's also do object color. Let's also add on error, which is a function in case if there is any error. And I think that's it. So we are all done for the animated image. Now let's first create this get kin burns style, and then we will go ahead and create the other components. At the top of the animated image, I'm going to create const get kin burn style. This will need scene index, which is of type number, and progress, which is also of type number. Let's do zoom patterns, how the image or how the scene should be zoomed. This is an array of objects, and the start is 1, end is 1.15, start is 1.1, and end is 1. Start is 1 and end is 1.12. Okay, now let's create an individual zoom pattern. Const zoom pattern, which is equal zoom patterns dot, and then we will get the scene index modulus zoom patterns dot length. Now let's create the scale, which is zoom pattern dot start plus zoom pattern dot end minus zoom pattern dot start. Let's wrap these two like this, and time progress. Like this is the scale, how it should scale. Now let's create pan patterns. Const pan patterns. This is also similar to zoom pattern, and I also got this from Remotion docs. You can find it there. I'm just going to paste it here. X is minus 30, y is minus 20, x is 30, y is minus 15, x is minus 25, and then y is 15, x is 20, and y is minus 25. And now let's create pan pattern, an individual pan pattern, and this one will be pan patterns, similar way that we did for zoom pattern. Scene index modulus pan patterns dot length. Let's put a modulus here like this, and now let's create the translate x and translate y. Const translate x. Let's do it pan pattern dot x dot progress, or pan pattern dot x and then multiply it to progress. Let's also do translate y, and then this will be pan pattern dot y and then multiply it by progress, like this. And at the end, let's return them. Let's return scale translate x. Oops. Translate x and translate y, because in the animated image we need to get scale translate x and translate y. And now let's create the other components. If you go down in here, as you can see, we have color grade, we have vignette and film grade. Let's start from color grade. Let's mark this image URL to be as a string, so now it's not complaining anymore. And now let's go up and create the color grade. Const color grade. This is a component. That's why I start the naming with capital letter. So in here, let's do return absolute field. And in this absolute field, let's make it self-closing like this. And let's add a class name. We will use the cn function here also. Cn. And in the first one, let's do mix blend overlay. And the second one, pointer events. None. And for the background color, we will do overlay, which we don't have yet, but we will create it soon. And then we'll pass the style. The structure style. Let's do it to be like this style, which is optional. And it can be either warm, or cool, or cinematic, or the other one, vibrant. And now let's create the overlay, const overlays. Let's make this one also overlays. And this overlays is an object of classes. We need cinematic, and then we do linear gradient. Okay, I'm going to paste it. This is just some styles. Default style to be cinematic. So the error should go away from here. Okay, perfect. So the color grade is done. If you go down, the next one is vignette. Let's create this one. Const vignette. Make it a React component. And now let's destructure some props. From here, we need intensity, which is of type number. And as you can see, and it should be an optional prop. And let's destructure it, intensity, and let's add the default value to be 0.3. And now in here, let's return absolute fill. And now let's add a class name to this one. We will do pointer events none, and we will add a background, linear gradient. Actually, let's wrap it to be like this. And then instead of these double quotes, we can use interpolation because we have some variables also here. So let's do BG radial gradient. We can do this one custom like this, radial gradient. And then inside, let's close this one also. Let's do circle at center, and then transparent 0%. Again, transparent 50% this time, and RGBA. RGBA will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, intensity, and then underscore 100%. Vignette. So I need to add an E here. Now they are gone away. Now let's create the film grain. The names doesn't mean to be film grain or vignette, whatever, but I just named it like that. So let's create const film grain, make it a React component, let's destructure intensity from here. We can make it optional and add a default value to that. Intensity by default is 0.03. And now let's come down. Let's create the frame. We will use current frame from Remotion. And let's also get weight and height of the video from use video config. Use video config. We can get weight and height from here. And now let's come down. Let's return absolute fill. And we need to add an SVG in this absolute fill. But before that, let's add a class name. We can use cn function, cn. And the first one, let's do mix blend overlay. And for the second class, we will do intensity. Okay, now let's add our SVG here. SVG, we will do custom one. And then let's add a weight and height to this SVG. Weight will be weight and height will be height. Inside this SVG, let's add a filter. Let's add an ID to this filter. We will name it noise because this is for noise control. And now inside this filter, let's do FE turbulence. Like this, it's a self-closing tag. The type is fractal noise. Base frequency is base frequency. This is 0.8. Let's also add num octaves. This one is 4. And let's also add seed to be frame that we created above here. And now after that, after the filter, actually, let's create a rig, which is a self-closing tag. Let's add weight to be 100% and height also 100%. Like this. And filter, let's make the filter to be URL and then noise. As you can see, we have added the ID noise, so we can use that one. All done. So we are all done with the video composition. We have added root, we have added video composition, and we also added index for Remotion. We also added the Remotion config. Perfect. Amazing job. Okay, we need to create one more file, which is render video. We should render our video with Remotion, and then this chapter will be finished. So we can create that file inside this Remotion folder, but because it is not directly related to these files that Remotion is looking for, I'm going to create it inside this lib folder. Let's name it video renderer.ts, like this. And now in here, let's straight away do export async function, render video with Remotion. And in this function, we need params also. Let's do params, which will be of type render params. We don't have this render params. Let's create this interface. Actually, let's create a scene first. Interface, we name it scene, and then in this scene we need ID is of type string. We need duration of the video or duration of the scene, and then this is number. We need the description, this is string. We need text, make it optional, this is also string. And we need image URL, this is also optional, make it string. Let's also add background color, make it optional, and the type is string, and text color optional, also string, and also animation. Animation will be, you can copy these things from here also, but let's copy the animation. Animation will be either fade in or slide up or zoom in or none, but you can add other animations if you like. And now let's come down, let's create render params. Interface render params, make this one also param. And now in this render params, we need scenes, which is of type scene, and it's an array of scenes. Let's also add audio URL. This is of type string. For the audio, we will use ElevenLabs, and then output path. This is also string. Video ID, this is also string, and on progress, make it optional, and this will be a function. So we add progress, which will be of type number, and then there is no return type. This function returns nothing, so it's void. And now we have the error has been gone away from here. We can straight away destructure these props from render params, but I will do it here. So we are going to destructure scenes, audio URL, output path, video ID, and on progress. We destructure all of them from params. Now let's import a few things at the very top here. We need to import path from path. We also need to import bundle from Remotion. Let's also import the select composition and render media from Remotion render. Now let's come down in here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create an entry point, const entry point, and then this will be path.join process.cwd. This is a function, and then we'll do remotion slash index.ts. You remember we created this index.ts file in Remotion, this one. So we are going to use that file because it's containing the Remotion root and then Remotion root containing this video composition. So that's why we need to render that one. By default, this bundle is using Webpack behind the scenes, but we can modify the Webpack configuration here to work as we want. We want it to look for JSX file or JS files or TSX file or TS files. So let's do that. Const bundle. You can name it bundle or whatever you like, but I name it bundle. Let's do it to the bundle that we imported above, and then this bundle is a function, so it's like normal Webpack configuration function. If you have worked Webpack, you will know this one. So for the Webpack configuration, we need to pass the entry point, and then we need to pass Webpack override because we want to override, right? We want to override the Webpack configuration, and then here let's do config.resolve equal, and then we pass the whole config here, and then we pass the whole config here, and we need to change the extension, not the config like this, config.resolve, and then we need to change the extension, and then the extensions we only need .tsx or .ts or .jsx and .js. Let's add dot here also, and then here let's return conf. We are overriding Webpack config through bundle to search for this kind of extensions. Now let's come down and create our input props and composition. In here below this one, let's do const input prop. This will be a simple object. We need to pass a scenes here, and we need to pass audio URL like this. And now let's come down and create our composition. Let's do const again, and then we will name it composition, and then this will be select composition that we import from Remotion, this one. So this select composition is a function, and let's pass this argument. We need to pass serve URL. Serve URL will be bundle. We need to pass ID. Our ID, we specified our Remotion composition ID in the root file that we created in Remotion and then root. This is the ID, so we can grab this ID, so we can use this ID. So let's go there and video composition, and then let's pass input prop. Oh, this serve URL, this bundle, because this is a promise, let's do this to be await, and now the error should go away. I think this select composition is also a promise. Let's do this one also to be await. And now we render the actual media. Let's come down in here. We will do await render media. We imported render media from Remotion in here. And then in this render media, let's pass composition. Let's also pass serve URL, which is bundle. Let's also pass coding, codec, and this one is the same codec that we used previously, H264. And then output location. Output location will be output path that we destructure from params here. Okay, output path like this. And then now let's add some extra arguments also. Let's also add input prop. We can also add CRF. This is a number from 0 to 51. So the lower the number, the higher the quality. So I will specify 18. 18 is a good quality, but if you specify, for example, 51, that's a very low quality. And the default one is 23, but I will change it to 18. And then the other one is pixel format. The pixel format is, there are a few options that you can choose, but I'm going to choose the first one. And then the next one that we want to add here, the next argument is audio bitrate. This is a string that can specify the quality of the audio. So we can pass 320K. Let's also add enforce audio track and make it to true. Let's also pass Chromium options, and then the Chromium options, we can add headless to be true, and then GL is angle. And now we need to add the scale. For the scale, we can add 1, which is full resolution, and then image format. Right now I just want to do JPEG, and JPEG quality I'm going to make it 95. You can change to whatever number you want. And then on progress, this is a function which will take progress as an argument. And now let's set the progress percent. Const progress percent is equal math.round. This will be progress multiplied by 100. And now we are checking f on progress. We are checking the actual function itself. This is a recursion. Let's come down. We will say f on progress, and then we will change on progress to accept progress percent. And this should be on progress, both of them, not lowercase, but uppercase. This function itself. Okay, perfect. That's it. And then at the very end, we just need to return the output path. Return output path like this. And we don't need this video URL to the structure. So it's all done. So that's all about rendering video with Remotion, with video composition. And in the next video, we will work on video generation, and we will install AI SDK from Vercel and work on our AI stuff. So right now, let's go back to the browser. If you want to check like the documentation, you can read more about them in Remotion documentation. But right now, let's mark them as completed. Install Remotion, configure Remotion composition, and we also need to add. We also added video renderer. I forgot to add it here, but yes, that's also done. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 5, we are going to install AI SDK from Vercel. We are going to create our video generator file and image generator file and text generator files, and we will add schemas also to that. Okay, the first thing, let's go ahead and install OpenAI and AI SDK. If you go to AI SDK in Vercel, this is how you can install it. npm install AI. Let's go to our terminal, and in here I'm going to shut down my dev server. Let's do npm install AI, which is AI SDK, and also we can install OpenAI. Okay, it has been installed. If you want to check out the documentation in order to how to use it, you can go back to documentation here, and then it has a nice documentation here. How do I get started? And then click on this one. It will show you how to get started. You can choose a template from here. For example, Next.js app router. These are the things that you can import from AI. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Let's close this one. And now let's go to our VS Code. Inside this lib folder, I'm going to create a new file. I will name it videogenerator.ts. Press enter. Let's also add another file. I'm going to create a new folder in the root directory. I'm just name it schemas, and right now I'm just going to create index.ts file. Okay, so in this index.ts file, I'm going to paste a few schemas. If you want to write it down, you can write it down one by one, but we don't want to waste our time on that because it's just a Zod schema. So let's paste it here like this. Let's import Zod. I'm going to import it manually. Import Z from Zod. Save it, and that's done. So this is our schema. This is the bit schema. This is the text overlay schema. This is the LLM scene schema. And this is also the video plan schema. So we will send this, we will send our prompt based on this schema to AI, and then AI will generate our video. So in the video generator, now let's come here, and then here, let's first create an interface or type. Let's do type, export type, and then I will name it generated video data, and then the title will be string, the script, we need to store the script also string, and since is render scene. Okay, I think we forgot to add render scene in our schema. Let's add that one also. So what I'm going to do, I'm coming here and then here, let's paste it like this. We create a schema, a render scene schema, and then export our type render scene, which is type of render scene schema. Now we can use this one, render scene, import from schemas, like this. Okay, perfect. And let's also add LLM plan, which will be our video plan. We will pass video plan. We can also import this one from our schema, like this. And because scenes is an array of scene, so let's do it like this. So to generate our video, I think we need to generate voice also. So the first thing is we have to generate our voice. Let's do that one first. Export const generated voice or generated voiceover. Let's do voiceover. And then in here we need two arguments, text, which is of type string, and also voice ID, which is also of type string. Let's put a comma here. Okay, let's make it an async function like this. And now in here, we have to use ElevenLabs because for voice, ElevenLabs is the best option that we can choose voice from. Let's go back to ElevenLabs, click on login. And then if you don't have an account, it will ask you to create an account, but I already have an account. And once you are in ElevenLabs dashboard, click on your profile icon and then click on subscriptions. You can choose a subscription, whichever you want. But for my one, I choose this one, $5 per month. And this is enough. You can also choose this one. This will be enough for this project. And now, once you choose your plan, click on docs, and then in here, click on text to speech, and let's go down, click on developer. From here, we have to create an API key. As you can see, it's like this. If you click on this one, let's do that. It will take you to dashboard, and then from here let's create a new API key. Let's do videoai, that's the name, and then add some permissions. I need text to speech. The other things are not important for me, only text to speech. And now click on create key, and this is the key. Let's copy this to clipboard and close this one, and we are all done from here. Let me paste the API key in .env. In here, let's open .env file and let's paste ElevenLabs API key. Now let's go back to documentation. Again, click on text to speech, and this time click on developer again, and it should be like this, ElevenLabs API key. We already did that part. Let's also do install ElevenLabs. Let's go back to our terminal. And then here I'm going to install ElevenLabs. Okay, ElevenLabs has been installed. And now let's go back to documentation. Now, if you come down in here, it says how to use. Let's close them. We don't need them anymore. And let's go back to our VS Code and start creating our function. And let's close this one also. Okay, now in here, let's create actually an ElevenLabs client at the top here. Let's do const new ElevenLabs client, and then let's do it to be, because our API key name is ElevenLabs API key, we don't need to provide API key here. We only need to import ElevenLabs client from ElevenLabs. We didn't install ElevenLabs at all. We just installed the client. Let's install it actually. npm install ElevenLabs. And now we should have ElevenLabs. So because our API key name is ElevenLabs API key, we don't need this thing. And let's come down here. Inside our function, we are going to create our audio. So const audio, which will be await ElevenLabs dot text to speech, text to speech, and then dot to convert. We need to provide the voice ID here. Oh, not void ID, it's voice ID that we have access to that in here. Okay, and then the next argument is an object. We need to pass the text that we receive as our argument here, and then we need to pass the model ID. For the model ID, let's grab it from ElevenLabs again. Let's click on Browse Models, and then you can choose a model from here. For example, this one, 11 version 3, has 70 plus languages. 11 TTV version 3, 70 plus languages. 11 multilingual version 2. This one has English, and then I don't know the other ones, like, but we are going to use this one because we only need English. Let's copy and paste this in here. Let's copy our voice ID also, a default voice ID in case if someone didn't provide a voice ID. So let's go back, and then here let's click on Developers, ElevenLabs, and once you're here, click on Voices, and from here I'm going to select English, and you can choose whatever in language you like. For example, this one. This is the most expressive Indian AI voice you can find here. Let's make some magic, shall we? If you click on Let me know in the comment section below. This is the card. I'm Amelia, a super high quality. I think I'm going to use this one. Let's click on this one and copy voice ID. Let's go back, and then here I'm going to paste it. So what else we need? We need voice setting, and then this is also an object. For the stability, we are going to give it 0.5, and for the similarity boost, we will give it 0.75. And now let's come down here. Let's look through audio, because this will be an array. The first thing, I'm going to create a chunk, const chunks, which will be buffer, and then by default it will be this is a type. The type will be buffer, an array of buffer, and then by default it will be an empty array. And now let's do for await const chunk of audio, and then we push to chunks, and then at the end let's just return this chunk. We will do return buffer dot can and then chunk. We are all done with generated voiceover. And now let's come down and generate our video script. Export const generated video script. This is an async function, and let's pass some arguments to this async function. We need prompt. Prompt will be of type string. We need duration, which will be of type number, and we also need product images, which is of type an array of string. We need product images because we want to allow people to upload their own images, but if they don't upload their own images, AI will generate images for them. But this is for that, so they can provide a bunch of image URL. Okay, now let's come down inside this function. We will check if someone has provided images, uploaded images. So const has images, and then it will be equal. We will turn it to boolean product images dot length. If there is product images, then let's also check number of scenes, and then we will use math.max in here again, math.seal. We will do duration divided by 8, and then let's pass 3 here. Let's come down. Let's grab the output from generate text. Comes output from await generate text. You can import generate text from AI SDK. Let's import it manually. We can go up, and then here let's do import from AI. What we need to import, generate, and also output. Output is a type. Let's come down again, and then here let's first provide a model. For the model we want to use Google Gemini. I will use Google. We have to import Google from AI SDK. Let's go up again, and then here let's do import Google from AI SDK, AI SDK / Google, like this. I think I don't have this. We didn't install this one. Let's install this one also. npm install, and then we do AI SDK Google. Now it has been installed, and if we go back here, the error has gone away. Okay, let's come down here. Now that we have Google, let's use a Gemini version. I'm going to use Gemini 2.5 Flash, this one. It's a pretty good model, but you can change your model if you want. And now in here, let's do output. Output will be of type output that we import from AI here, this output dot object. And then let's pass the schema to this one. The schema will be video plan schema. You remember we created video plan schema in here. This is our video plan schema. We are using this one. So let's import it from here, video plan schema. And then the last one is, let's pass our prompt. So for our prompt, I already generated a prompt for you guys. For prompts, let's create a new file in the same folder, in lib folder. We will name it prompt.ts. And now let's do export const prompt, and then this will be, and just return this text, which is the prompt. And then we need to get some arguments. We need to pass some arguments here. We need to pass prompt, which will be of type string. We also need to pass duration, which is of type number. And we also need to pass number of scenes. We also need to pass product images and has image, which is of type Boolean, and also product images. This one is of an array of strings like this. So this is our prompt. I think instead of making like this, let's do it to be get prompt like this. Okay, now let's go back. In here, our prompt will be, let's do get prompt. Import it from a prompt like this, and then you need to pass prompt first, a prompt. You also need to pass, what was the second argument? Duration, number of scenes, and then has image and product image. Duration, and then number of scenes, and then has image, has images, and product images. Because product image is optional here, let's make here also to be optional. And now the error should go away from here. Okay, perfect. This is our prompt. And now let's come down here. Let's say const plan equal output as video plan. Okay, now let's come down. Let's create a variable, because we will change this variable. So I'm not going to use const, I'm using let LLM since is equal plan.since, the plan that we created here. And now I'm checking if has images and product images, both of them exist. Then we are going to update LLM since equals LLM since dot map. I'm going to map through that, and then I'm going to take the scene and ID, and then take, and then here let's return it to be like this, the whole scene, and also image URL. Image URL will be product images, and then we get the index. In here, let's do const scene scenes like this, and we will do to render scenes. We don't have this function yet, but we will create it soon. LLM scenes like this, and let's come down and return something from this function. Return. What we are going to return, we return title, build title from prompt, build title from prompt, We don't have this function yet, but we will create that one also soon. Prompt. We also need to add script join voiceover. We don't have this function also, but we will create it soon. LLMs, and we also need to return this sense that we created here. Sense, and the last one is LLM plan, which is plan. Okay, now let's create these functions. Let's first create to render sense. We can go up and let's create it here. Const to render sense. This, let's make an arrow function, and as you can see in here, we need to pass LLM sense. So we need to pass an argument LLM sense, and this is of type LLM sense. LLM sense you can import from a schema. And now let's come down here. Let's do return LLM sense dot map. We are going to map through every scene, and then the ID will be scene.id or s.id. Duration will be s.duration seconds, s.duration seconds. Let's also add description to be s.goal or s.voiceover. Let's also add text will be s.text overlays, s.text overlays, and then we get the 0 and then dot text. We need to also add visual elements. Visual elements will be s.visual element, and the last one will be image URL. It's complaining about this one, that it's not a map, so it should be an array of LLM sense like this. I think I named it voice over with lowercase o. So let's change it to lower. Now, what was our next function? Build the title from prompt. So let's go up, and now let's do that function. We come here, we will say const build title from prompt, and then this is an arrow function. Let's pass the prompt here because in here we need to pass prompt. So prompt is of type string, and now let's come down in here. Let's clean the prompt first. Const cleaned, and then this cleaned is prompt dot replace, and then I'm going to do a regex here, \4/s, and then plus again this one, and then g, and then comma, replace with not, and then we will trim. Let's return cleaned dot length. If the length is greater than 60, for example, 60 characters, we will do it to be like this. Cleaned.slice 0 to 60, or let's do 57, and then we'll do dot. Otherwise, we will just do cleaned. That's simple function. Let's also create the other function, join voiceover. Const join voiceover. This is also an arrow function, and then here, as you can see in the function, we need to pass LLM sense. So let's do LLM sense, which is of type LLM sense, LLM sense, an array of LLM sense. And now let's return LLM sense dot map, and then we grab the S, and then let's do s.voiceover dot join, s.voiceover, and then dot join /n/n, like this, and not like this, like this one, /n and then /n. And all done. Our video generator is all done. Okay, now that this one is done, let's create the image generator. I'm going to create the image generator also in the lib folder. Let's create a new file, image generator.ts. For image generation, I had a bit of issues, a bit of problem when I was using Gemini. I want to use OpenAI here, and I'm not going to use like AI SDK. I will just use OpenAI directly. Import OpenAI from OpenAI. And now let's come down. Let's create an OpenAI instance. OpenAI, which will be new OpenAI. You can pass the API key like this, but because my API key name is OpenAI API key, so I don't need to pass it. Okay, let's come down and now create our function. Const, let's name it generate image. It will be an async function and arrow function. Let's also pass some arguments here. I will just pass a prompt right now, which will be a string. And now let's come down. And now let's say const response equal await OpenAI dot images dot generate. This is how we generate images using OpenAI. And now in here, we will pass the model. The model is, we can use DALL-E 3, and let's come down. Prompt will be prompt, the prompt that we are getting as an argument here. And then the next one will be number of images. N will be 1. Let's also add the size of the image. So the size of the image, we want it to be generated in, I don't know which one. Let's generate it to be 1792 by 1024, like this one. And the quality should be standard. And let's also add the style to be, you can add either natural or vivid. We can add natural right now. And now let's come down. We will check if there is no response. If no response dot data, then we will throw a new error. Throw new error, and let's say no image generated. But if there is response, let's grab the image URL. Image URL will be image URL response dot data. Because this is an array, data 0, you will get the first one and dot URL. And now let's come down. We just return image URL like this. You can put this one in a try catch block, the whole this one, but I don't think we need it for this one. It's pretty simple and it should work, but you can put it if you want. And now let's create our generate image for scenes. So for every scene, we want to generate an image, because in here we specified that it should generate one image. So this is per scene. A video has multiple scenes. Every time that you can see something is changing, that's a scene, or images are changing. So video is a combination of images, but every time that it's changing, that's a scene. So let's export const generate image for, let's go for scenes like this. And then let's make it an async function. And let's also pass an argument here. Actually, a few arguments. We will pass scene here, which will be of type array. And then this array contains something like this. It contains description. Description is of type string. It contains a text. Let's make text optional. So it's also of type string. And it will contain visual element. And this is also of type string array. But let's make this one also optional. And now come here. Let's create an images variable. Const images, which will be of type string array, and by default it's an empty array. And now let's look through scenes. Const scene of scenes. Let's do visual context. Const visual context. This will be scene.visual elements dot join, and then we will join it by, if there's comma, or by default an empty string. Now let's create image prompt. Const image prompt And then this one will be, let's add a simple prompt. So I'm going to use template literal, and then here let's say that professional, let's say professional product photography of, and then let's do scene.text. If there is no text, then we will just say professional product photography of product, even though it doesn't make sense, but it just like if the text is empty or there is nothing or it's null, let's put a dot here. And then this time we will do scene.description. Again, put another dot, and this time we do visual content. Let's come down and we will say the image should be high quality, cinematic lighting, vibrant colors, detailed. Let's also add detailed, and commercial photography style. Let's add 16:9 to be the aspect ratio, and then at the end we will trim. This time let's do const truncate prompt, because DALL-E has a 4,000 character limit, so if the prompt is long, we have to truncate it. Const truncate prompt, and then let's do image prompt dot slice. We will take from 0 to 4,000. Yes, like this. And now let's do const image URL, and then this one will be await the function that we generated above, generate image. And then in here we will pass truncate prompt like this. And let's do image.push. Images.push. We will push the image URL that we generated. Well, it's complaining about if the image URL is undefined. Let's do as a string. So we will force it to be a string. Because DALL-E has a rate limit, we have to add a small delay to avoid the rate limit of DALL-E. So we can do that by, let's do it to be like this: if images dot length less than scenes dot length. If images dot length is less than scenes dot length, then we will do await new promise. Let's get resolve only, and then we add a timeout, set timeout, and then resolve it. And how long we need to add the timeout? For 1000 milliseconds. And at the end, let's return images like this. That's all done. So we created our generate image and generate image for everything. And we can use this one in our ingest function. Now let's improve our prompt. If someone enter a very basic prompt, and if they want to improve their prompt, we will allow them to improve their prompt. So let's create a new function for people to be able to improve their prompt. I think I'm going to do that in the video generator. Okay, let's come down. I'm going to add it before this to render scene and after generated voiceover. Let's do it here. I'm going to do export const improve prompt, which will be an async arrow function, and we need to receive prompt as an argument here. Prompt will be of type string. And now we will use again the generate text from AI SDK, and from that one we just need to destructure text, await generate text, and in this one let's pass the model to be Google again, and in this one I'm going to use again Gemini 2.5 Flash. And for the prompt, let's use it like this. I'm going to use template literal. Let's say you are a video marketing expert. Improve this video prompt to be more specific, engaging, and effective for video generation. And let's come down and we need to add user prompt. User prompt, which will be user prompt, or the prompt that we receive as an argument here. Let's come down like this, and then let's say provide an improved version of the prompt, the user prompt, so that specifies visual, style, and mode. Let's do the other one to be includes specific scenes or shots, specific scenes or shots, define target audience, Let's also add suggest key messaging points. Messaging point. Let's also add maintain the original intent. But make it more actionable. And at the end, I think let's just say return only the improved prompt, not the explanation, like this. And then at the end, when we are all done, which is here, we just return the text. This is our like very basic function. We will use this one also in our ingest. And now I think this chapter is done. Let's go to Excalibur. And then here, let's mark them. This one we installed a ISDK. We created our video generator file, image generator file also, and text generator. I think this shouldn't be text generated. This should be like prompt improvement, or I don't know. But anyway, it's generating text. So we mark this one also to be done. Perfect. In the next video, in the next chapter, we will go and start. We will create our ingest function and then install ingest. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 6, we are going to install ingest, configure ingest, and create our ingest function. We will play with ingest. So let's go to ingest. Once you are in Inngest website, click on Get Started with Next.js. And then let's come down. Let's install Inngest like this. npm install Inngest. Copy the command and let's go to our terminal. And then here I'm going to paste it. Okay, Inngest has been installed. And now let's check the next step. Now we can run ingest dev server like this, npx, and then ingest CLI latest dev. You can also ignore a script to be false. And let's go down. Let's create our ingest client first. Let's copy this code and go to our VS Code. In the VS Code, I'm going to create a new folder in the root directory. In here, let's create a new folder. I will name it ingest. And then in this ingest, let's create a client.ts and paste this code. I'm going to remove this comment. And for the ID, I will change this ID to be videoai. Now let's go back to documentation. And then here, now we need to create an ingest route. It should be under app and then API ingest route.ts. We can copy this code, app, and then API. And then under the API, let's create ingest. And inside this ingest, let's do route.ts and paste this code. We don't have any function yet. I'm going to remove these comments. And the ingest client, I am going to use this symbol. So we are importing ingest from this file. As you can see, we are exporting from here, and then we import that one in the route like this. Okay, now we can create our ingest function. Let's name our function video generator or video function. Let's name it just function. Functions.ts. And then in these functions, let's go back to documentation, and I'm going to copy this code. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here let's paste it. Okay, for the ID, I'm going to change the ID to be video generate video. And for the event, let's say it should be video generate. You can name whatever you want, but I just name it like that, video generate, like this. And right now we can, let's change this function name also to be generate video. And as you can see, it's just sleeping for 1 second, and then at the end it will return hello and then data event.data.email. So let's run our server and try it out. So I'm going to my terminal, and then here let's do npm run dev, and in the next terminal, in the new tab, I'm going to do npx ingest CLI latest and then div. As you can see, it's running in this port, localhost 8288. Let's open it in the browser, and this is our ingest div server. It's complaining we have an error here, because if we go back to VS Code, we created this function, but we didn't provide this function to our route. Let's go and provide this function. So we need to add generate video. Generate video. You can see it's you can import it from ingest functions. And now the error has gone away. And now let's click on functions, and we can invoke it manually from here. So it's data sending a message from ingest, click on invoke function, and a run has been started, and then it completed in 1 second because it's sleeping for 1 second. And at the end, if you can check the finalization, it says hello undefined. That's okay. Now let's go ahead and add some more sleeps so it will run for longer time. In here, let's go to functions, and then in here, I'm going to copy this one. Let's say, for example, we are generating our video. The first one is we generate script, and this will take 5 seconds. And then the next one, let's do generate images, and then this one also take 10 seconds. And then at the end, let's do generate video or our scenes, and this one, let's take it 5 seconds. As you can see in here, we are saying hello event.data.email. You can change it to whatever you want, but I'm going to change it in the browser. So let's go back to the browser, click on function again, and invoke this time, and change this message to be email. Click on invoke function, and as you can see now, it is running. It's waiting for a moment, waiting for another moment, and in total it should take 20 seconds. Right now it's 14 seconds, 15 seconds, and now it's 20 seconds, and it's done. If you click on finalization, hello, sending a message from Inngest. We can change this, the naming of these runs. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here let's change this one to be generate script, and this one generate images, and this one generate video or generate scenes. And let's actually change this to be message. Message looks better. Let's go back to the browser, and this time if you click on function, click on invoke again, change this back to message because we changed this to message, and then invoke function. Another run has been started, and now it's generate script for 5 seconds, and now generate images running for 5 seconds. I think it's for 10 seconds, and now it's generate scenes running for 5 seconds, and after total 20 seconds we are all done. And if you click on the finalization, you can see hello, sending a message from Inngest. You can click on every step also. This is the first attempt, nothing, because it's just sleeping. It was just sleeping for 5 seconds and 10 seconds. That's why there is no data here. But when we generate real script, then it will show our data here, our images, and our scenes in a JSON format. Okay, perfect. So let's go now and create our own function. We don't need that dummy function. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here I'm going to remove all of these slips. And what I am going to do here, I'm going to fetch, because when someone click on generate video button, we are going to save it to database first, and then from database we are grabbing the video ID, and based on that we are updating our steps. So let's do that. First thing first, I'm going to do const video ID, because in our database we have access to video ID. We are getting it from event.data. Let's come down, and now let's fetch our video. Const video await step.run. We have access to ingest step here, step.run, and then we will say fetch or get video. The second argument is an async function, and now in here let's do return db. We have created db inside our lib folder, db.video.find unique, and then in here let's do where id is video id like this, and also include user to be true. Okay, we are checking in here if there is no video. If not video, then we will throw new error, and then here we will say video not found. Video not found like this. And after this if statement, let's put everything in a try catch block. Try and then catch. For the catch block, let's straight away finish the catch block first. For the catch block, what we are going to do, we will do await. We will do await step.run mark fails, because in the catch block, if there is any error, we will mark it to be failed. And then async function await db.video.update where id of the video is video id, and what to update, we need to update the data. And in the data, we only need to update the status and error message. the status will be failed. We have the status here. So right now the status looks to it to be failed. And error message. Error message, let's do this one to be if error is in instance of error, then we will do error dot message. Otherwise, we will do unknown error like this. And now let's try working on the try block. So the first thing in the try block, we will check if the user has uploaded images or not. If user has uploaded images, then we will use user images. Otherwise, the AI will generate images. So let's do it to be like this: const product images, and then we will say video dot product images, video dot product images. Otherwise, if it is there, otherwise just do null. And then let's check if the product images are there. So we'll say const has images, and then we will check it. We will turn it to boolean product images dot length like this. It's complaining about this one because it may think that product images are empty. Let's do it to be like this. We wrap it like this, and we will say as string array like this, or null like this. So because we added or null, let's add a question mark here. So this one is also optional. So if it's undefined, we will not get any error. Now let's come down. In here, let's first generate the script. Const script, the script data, and then we will do await step.run generate script, and then the second argument is an async function. And now in here, let's return our generate script function. You remember that inside our lib folder, we created a generate video generator, and then this one, generate video script. We are using this function. So let's do that here. Return generate video script, imported from lib video generator. And then it needs some arguments. We are going to pass the arguments: video dot prompt, video dot duration, because user should specify the duration of the video, and product images, or if product images not there, let's pause undefined. Let's come down and create a variable const final scenes. So our final scenes, let's make it to be of type render scenes. We created render scenes in the schema. So this is a render scenes array, and by default it will be script data dot scenes, but we may update that later. Now let's go down and we will check if there is images, and we will check if there is no images. If not has images, then in this case we will generate images. Const generate images. It will be await step.run, and then we will name it generate AI images, and then the second argument is an async function. So let's get the URLs of the images. We already created the generate image, and if you check again inside the lib folder, we created that function, image generator, this one, and we are using $e, as you can see. So we can use this function. So let's do it to be like this, const image URLs, or let's just do URLs. URLs is await, and then let's do generate images for scenes. You can import it from lib image generator, and then let's pass the final scenes to that. Final scenes, that's what we need for that. And now let's come down, and then here let's create a variable const uploaded URLs and set it by default to an empty array. We will update that soon. And now let's come down, and then here let's do a for loop for const URL of URLs, because it will generate multiple URLs, an array of URLs. So we will look to that, and we will update these uploaded URLs. Okay, so let's do const response equal await fetch URL. We'll first fetch it, and then let's do const array buffer. We will turn it to array buffer, and then let's do await response dot array buffer like this. And then now let's create the buffer itself, const buffer, which will be buffer dot from array buffer that we created above this one. And now let's come down and let's say const file equal new file. We will generate new file from buffer, and then we will just hard code the name for now, scene image.png, like this. And then let's pass the third argument to be type. Type will be image and then png, like this. Okay, now let's come down. We will say const uploaded. We will grab the uploaded from await ut API dot up. This one UT API is from upload thing. We don't have upload thing yet. I think it's time to go and install upload thing also and configure upload thing also. Let's do that. Okay, let's go to upload thing, and then here let's click on dashboard, and in dashboard let's create new app. I will name videoai. Choose the free plan, and once you choose the free plan, you cannot change the region and access control. But if you change it to a paid plan, then you can change the region and access control. And for the free plan, you can only have 2 GB file storage shared across all free apps. But if you choose a paid plan, you can have up to 100 GB or 250 GB file storage. But in this case, we are just using a free plan. I don't know, I was getting an error, but anyway, it has been generated. And now click on API keys, and I'm going to copy this API key and paste it in VS Code. Let me open .env file, and then here let's paste it. This is upload thing. Okay, let's go back to upload thing, and now let's click on docs, click on Next.js app router, and let's install it. Let's go back to our terminal. Let me shut down my dev server and then install upload thing. Perfect. Let's run again npm run dev. npm run dev. Let's run it again. And now let's go back to upload thing. And then here we already added the upload thing token to our env file. And let's go down. And then here let's copy this core. We have to create under the app API an upload thing folder and then core.ts. Let's go back to VS Code and let's close this one Close these two files also, we don't need them. And in here, under the API, we need upload thing, a new folder. Let's name it upload thing. And then inside this one, let's create a core.ts and paste this. Let's also grab the route. If you come down, it is like this. Grab the route, and inside this upload thing folder, create another file. We will name it route.ts and paste this code. Let's remove all these comments. We don't need them. Okay, now let's go to this core and change something. The first thing, I'm going to remove all these comments. I don't need them. Even this console logs. And then instead of this fake auth, we will bring our own auth. So we will bring it from lib and then auth. Lib auth like this. And we will change it soon. But instead of image uploader, yes, actually we can keep the name the same, image uploader. The max file size the same, and max file count, let's change it to 10. We should be able to upload 10 files, 10 images at the same time. And now in here, let's do it to be like this. So we don't need this user, it's session now. We should have access to session, and then session is auth.api.getSession like this. And then this get session expects headers, so we will do headers. Headers will be request.headers. And now we are checking if not session.user, session.user, and then in that case we will return unauthorized. Otherwise we will return session.user.id like this. And on complete, I don't think I need this metadata, but I need to return file URL. I will just do URL will be file.ufs URL like this. So this is our image uploader, but we need to upload our video also. We will upload our video and we will upload our audio also. So we can do the same thing. Let's see. Let's copy this one, image uploader, and we will paste it in here. And let's change this image uploader to be video uploader. Video uploader like this. And this video uploader, I'm going to change this file size from 4 MB to be 16 MB. And for the max file count, I don't need anything, because by default it should be 1, and 1 is enough because we upload only one video. And let's change this one from image to be video like this, and let's move that middleware. Okay, the rest of them will stay the same. And now let's copy this again, and this time we will do audio URL, audio uploader, sorry, audio uploader, and then change this video to audio like this. And I'm going to change this from 16 MB to be just 8 MB, just 8 MB like this, and the rest will stay exactly the same. Okay, we are all done with this core and with our route upload thing. Let's go back to documentation. What else we need? Now we need this one, create the upload thing component inside our utils, or if you don't have utils, inside your lib, you can create upload thing and copy this code. Let's go back to VS Code, and inside the lib folder, let's create upload thing. Upload thing.ts like this. Paste the code, and this one is we are using this symbol. I am not going to use these buttons. Instead, I'm going to use the hook. So because I will use a drag and drop option. Actually, we can keep this also. But let's import generate React helper also from uploading React. Generate React helper like this, import it, and let's come down. I will export two hooks. Export const use uploading. Let's actually do this like this one first. Generate React helpers, which is of type our file router. And now let's grab from this one, use uploading. And let's also, it's not user uploading, sorry, use uploading, and also upload files. These two hooks we are exporting, and that's all done. Now we can go back to our Inngest function, and in here we were here, I think. So now in here we will do uploaded. Oh, actually we forgot one more thing, because we will be uploading from server side in here. So let's go to uploading in here. Actually, inside the lib folder, we will create a new file. We will do uploading server. Import from uploading server. What we need to import? UTAPI, like this. And now let's create a new instance of that. Export const UTAPI is equal new UTAPI. And now we can use this one in server-side codes. I don't think we need this file anymore. Let's close this one, close this upload thing, and close the upload thing route and core. We just need this function right now, and we don't need this ingest route and ingest client. Okay, now let's do, in here we can do await UTAPI. You can import it from lib uploading server UTAPI dot upload file, and then we upload an array of files. So we upload every file individually, so an array of. And now let's update the uploaded URLs that we created here. Uploaded URLs dot push, and we get uploaded dot data dot UFS URL. This uploaded dot data dot UFS URL. This is how uploading return the response. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down and return uploaded URLs. Uploaded URLs like this. Perfect. Let's come down, and then here what we are going to do, we will create updated since const updated since, and then this one will be final since dot map, and then in here let's grab the scene and index, and let's return. We are going to return, actually we can return straight away in here. Let's remove this one, and then instead of returning like this, let's do it to be like this. So we will return the rest of the scenes, but we update the image URL. Image URL will be generated images. I think they should be generated images or generate images. That's fine. Generate images, and then we pass the index. And now let's save it to database. Await step.run save scenes with images, and then the second argument is an async function. And now let's do await db.video.update. What we need to update, we first want to update the video by video ID. ID is video ID, and what we need to update, the data and only the scenes. Scenes will be updated since. Now it's time for our audio. Once we generate our scenes, let's attach the audio to that. We already created our audio function in here inside the lib. I think it was video generator. Yes. If you go up, this is generate voiceover. We are using ElevenLabs, but we need to attach this one to our scenes and scripts. So let's come down in here. Let me add a comment, add voice to script or scene. Scenes. Now let's do it to be like this. Const audio URL. This will be equal await step dot run, and then we will do generate and upload voice. Generate and upload voice. The second argument is an async function. And now let's do const audio buffer, which will be await generate voiceover. Generate voice over. You can import from lib video generator. And then in here, we need to pass our script data dot script like this. Now let's store it in a temporary directory. Temporary directory equal path. You can import path from path like this. It's native to Node.js. Path dot join. Let's do process dot cwd and let's name it temp. And now let's check. F, not fs. You cannot import fs from fs. Let me import it manually. Import fs from fs like this. And now let's go down. We will check if not fs dot exist sync temp directory. If the temp directory doesn't exist, and then let's do fs dot make one. fs dot mkdir sync. mkdir create one and temp directory, and let's add recursive to be true like this. If there is no temp directory, we are going to create one. And now let's get the audio path. Let's come down and let's say const audio path, and then we will do path dot join temp directory, and then let's open template literal. We'll do video ID here, and we will append audio.mp3 or whatever format you like. And then let's do fs.write file sync, audio path, and audio buffer. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down. This time we create let's create the audio file. Const audio file. This one will be fs.read file sync, and then audio path. And now let's do const file equal new file. We create a new file which will be audio file, and then the second argument is, let's open template literal, and we will do video ID to audio.mp3. You can change mp3 to whatever format you want, but I want mp3. And then type, let's do to be audio/mpeg like this. And now let's come down here. We will say const uploaded is await ut API. We will upload it to upload thing.upload files, but this time we just need to upload one file, a single file. Audio is a single file. And then fs.onLink sync, fs.onLink sync audio path like this. You can add error validation also, but for me, I'm just going to return uploaded.data .ufs URL. Just return the URL of the audio. And now let's come down in here. In here, let's save it to database, the audio URL. We will do await step.run save audio URL, and then a sync function. Let's do await db.video.update, and then where ID is video ID, and what we need to update the data, and then for the data we need to update the voice URL, which will be audio URL, like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down and work on our video. Let me add a comment, render video. And now let's do const video result. We will name it video result, and then let's do await step.run. We will just name it render video, and the second argument is again an async function. Let's first find the current video. We already have access to video ID. We'll find that video, const current video, and then we will do await db.video.find unique, where ID is video ID, like this. Because we already saving the scenes to database, I think we forgot to save the scenes to database. Yes, but we can add that later. It should be when we generate the images. After that we have to save it to save scenes with images. Oh, actually we have it. So save scenes with images. So now in here we will first check if not current video, if there is no current video or current video doesn't have scenes, current video.scenes, then we will do throw new error, and then we will say scenes not found in database or in DB. Let's do in database. Let's come down, and now we have to create a variable for scenes to render. Const scenes to render, and this one will be current video.scenes. So if we have current video, then we will do current video.as render scene, an array of render scene. Okay, now let's create again a temporary directory, const temp dir, which will be path.join. We will get our temp directory from process.cwd, and the second argument is temp. We will name it temp. Now let's do if not fs.exist sync temp directory. If temp directory doesn't exist, then let's create one, fs.mkdir, and then sync. Let's create temp directory, and let's add recursive to be true. And now let's create the output path, const output path. This one will be path.join, and then we will do temp directory, and then video ID. Let's open template literal video dash video ID dot mp4. You can save it to another formats like AVI or whatever format you want, but in this case I'm saving it as mp4. Okay, now we can use our function that we created in generate video, which is render video with Remotion. So let's do await render video with Remotion. You can import from lib video renderer, not video generator, video renderer. And then here we have to pass a few arguments. Okay, the first one, let's pass the scenes. Scenes will be scenes to render. The second one will be audio URL. The third one will be output path. The fourth one will be video ID, and the next one will be on progress. On progress is an async function which takes progress as an argument, which is a number, and then let's do const render progress is equal 60 60 times multiplied by math.round, and then progress multiplied by 0.35, like this. And now let's update our database. Await db.video.update, where id is video id, and we update the data. Data will be, we only update the render progress, like this. We are getting a TypeScript error here because TypeScript may think that the audio URL may be undefined or null. So where was it? Let's make sure that it's a string, as a string, like this. And now the error should go away from here. Okay, perfect. Now let's create our video and upload it to upload thing. So let's come down in here. I will do const video buffer, which will be equal fs.read and then output path. And now let's do const video file, which will be new file. We generate a new file, and this time video buffer, and let's do template literal video, and then I'm doing video id dot mp4, and let's also add the type to be video slash mp4. And now let's come down, let's do const uploaded video, and then let's do await UTAPI dot upload files, and we just need to upload a single video file and unlink the output path, fs dot unlink sync and output path. You can add some validation also here, but I'm just going to return video URL, which will be uploaded video dot data dot ufs URL, and also thumbnail URL will be uploaded video dot data dot ufs URL. Thumbnail URL and video URL the same. And now let's save it to database. Okay, let's come down, await step.run generation complete and async function. Let's do await db.video.update, where id is video id, and let's update the data, the status to be completed, like this. And let's do video URL will be video result dot video URL, and also thumbnail URL, let's do video result again dot thumbnail URL. And then at the very end, let's do return video ID and the rest of video result, like this. Okay, we are all done with our ingest function. I think the video is a bit longer. This video is a bit long, so we will create the API routes in the next video. So now let's go to Excalibur, and in here let's mark we installed Inngest, we configured Inngest, and we create our Inngest function, and we created our Inngest function. Okay, in the next chapter we will create our API routes and work on the UI. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 7, we are going to create our API routes for generating video, and we will create our video generation form and with image upload. But before that, first thing first, let's fix the issues that we have with Remotion and the Prisma adapter. If you check your browser, I'm getting this kind of error, but you may get different error because I checked multiple times and every time it produced different error. So to fix that one, I'm just going to copy and paste the code here in next.config.ts. And what this basically doing is that it's doing that it is saying that during runtime, do not build these packages. Let's go to components and create a new file, video generator. Let's do export video generator, and then this is a React component. And let's start by creating the markup HTML first. Let's do a div, and then let's add a class name to this div. And for the class name, I will do mx auto, and let's also do max w to be 4xl, and let's also add p6 like this. Now let's come down, and then here I'm going to add another div. Let's add a class name to this one. Class name will be only mba margin bottom. And now let's add an h1, and then here let's add a class name, text 3xl. Let's also add font semi-bold, and we will say generate AI video like this. Okay, now let's come down, and here we will create our form. For this form, we don't need the action. Let's come down the form, but we need to add a class name to this. Class name, let's add to be space y a like this. And now let's come down. But before adding our field groups, let's actually add our hook form, configure our hook form. Okay, what I'm going to do in here, const form equal use form, and now let's do import use form from React hook form use form. And then for this use form, let's create a schema also. Above the function, I'm going to say const form schema, which will be z. You can import z from Zod. Well, my auto completion is not working properly. I have to import manually. Import everything as z from Zod like this. You can say z.object, and now inside this object, let's do title. Title will be z.string.min. We want the title to be at least minimum 1 character, and we will say title is video title required. Let's do prompt. This is also z.string, and minimum, let's also add minimum 1 to this one also, and we will say video prompt is required. You can add is here also. And now let's come down. We need duration for our video, which will be z.number, and then for minimum we will say minimum 5 seconds, because we will add this to be in seconds, and maximum we will do at 300, which is 5 minutes. So we will not allow to generate more than 5 minutes video. And now images will be z.array, and then z.instance of file like this, and make it optional. And now we can use that in here. We can say z.infer, and then type of form schema like this. Now let's add, we add resolver and default values. Resolver. For the resolver, we will use Zod resolver. And this Zod resolver also expect form schema. And let's import Zod resolver also manually. Import Zod resolver. We will import it from hook form slash resolvers slash Zod like this. Now that we have our resolver, let's add our default values. For default values, the title will be an empty string. The prompt will be an empty string also. The duration, let's do this one to be by default, I don't know, 10 seconds. And for images, let's do this one to be an empty array. Let's count down and bring the other hook, const, and then we will use upload thing. You remember we created this one inside the lib upload thing. And from this one, what we need to the structure, we just need star upload. Okay, let's provide the endpoint, which will be image uploader. So we have image uploader, video uploader, and audio uploader. We are using image uploader here. And now let's come down, create our on submit function. Const on submit will be an async function. Right now we can leave it empty, but let's destructure the values. We can say values, which will be of type z.infer type of form schema. But instead of the values, we just need to destructure the values, because we know the values have title, prompt, it will have duration, and images like this. We will come back to this one later, but right now let's go and start working on our form HTML markup. So the form will need an on submit. We will add on submit, which will be form dot handle submit, and we pass the on submit that we created here. And now let's come down. Let's bring the field group. You can import it from UI field. And now inside this one, let's add controller. You can import controller from React hook form. And then this controller is self-closing tag. And this one, let's add a name. It expects a name. The first one is title. And then the control will be form.control. And the render function. Let's straight away destructure field and field state from here. Field and field state from here. And now let's return. In here we are going to return a field, import from UI field. Let's add a data invalid to this field. So we should be able to validate data invalid, and this will be field state dot invalid. Okay, now let's add inside this field, let's add the field label, import from UI field, and in the field label, let's say video title, and let's also add an HTML4 video title. And the next one, let's add an input, import from UI input. It's a self-closing tag. And let's come down, and then here let's split the field, and also let's add ID to be video title, because this ID will be required for this HTML4. Let's also add placeholder. For the placeholder, let's say amazing product video. And let's also add area invalid to this one. Area invalid will be field state.invalid, like this. And let's add also the error message. If there is any error, we will check if there is field state.invalid. If it is invalid, we will do field error, import from a UI field, like this. And this is also a self-closing tag. And let's pass error to be inside this array bracket. We will pass field state dot error, field state dot error, like this. This is errors, not error. Now to save time, let's copy this one and paste once again. We don't need field group, we just need one field group, but we need these things to change now. From title, we will change this to prompt. For the placeholder, let's say describe your video. Let's also paste one more time the controller that we copied, and this time we will change this from title to duration like this. But instead of input, for the duration we need to add slider. You can import from UI slider. And then in here, we don't need placeholder and we don't need the field. We only need to pass min. The minimum value will be, let's say, 5. And the max will be 300 because it will be 5 minutes. And the step, let's add 1 so we can go one by one. And for value, we can pass field dot value. And for on value change, let's do grab the value and then do field dot unchanged and pass the value. And let's also add some numbers here. So an indicator, I'm going to add a div here, and then let's add a class name, text muted foreground. Let's add margin top to be 1. It will be flex, justify between, and text SM. And now let's come down in here. Let's add a span and let's do 10 seconds. You can change it to whatever seconds you want. And add another span. Let's add 5 minutes. 5 minutes like this. And let's change this one to be video duration in seconds. And then we should add duration value. We don't have that yet, but we will create that soon. Actually, let's create it now before the handle submit. In here, I'm going to create const duration value, which will be form dot watch. We are just watching for duration change. Every time the duration changes, we update this value. Let's copy this controller and paste it once again here for our image upload, product images or whatever images that you want. And let's change this title to be images. From video images, let's change it to, I don't know. Actually, we can keep it, but we will say it's optional. It's not required field. But instead of this input, let's create an image uploader. And in this image uploader, we need to pass value to be field dot value, or otherwise an empty array. And let's also do pass on change. Let's do on change to be files, and then we will say field dot on change, and then we'll pass files. Okay, we don't have this image uploader yet, but we are going to create right now. So let's go here, and in components, let's create a new file, image uploader.tsx. Okay, in here, let's straight away export const image uploader. This will be a React component, and then here let's import it from image uploader like this. Okay, now so let's create an interface. So because our image uploader needs some props, first mark this one to be used client, and let's come down. Let's create a type or interface, doesn't matter, image upload props. When you create a type, you have to do it like this. And now in here, value, let's make it optional, and it's of type file, an array of file. Let's do on change, and this one also make it optional. Let's pass file here, which is of type file array, and the return type is nothing, which is void. And let's also add max files, make this one also optional, and this is a number. Okay, now in here we can straight away destructure these things from image upload props. What we need to destructure, value on change and max files. like this. And now let's work on the HTML first on the markup. Let's come down and let's say return, and then in this return, let's do a div first. We need to add a class name to this div. I'm just saying space y to be 4. And now let's come down. Let's add a label, import from UI label, and then let's add a class name to this. Class name will be flex, minimum height will be 32. Let's do cursor pointer, and then items center, justify center. Let's also do rounded XL. Let's also add border dash, and P6. Let's also add text center, and then come down, and then let's say div, and inside this div let's add a P. For the P, I'm going to add a class name, font, medium, and let's say drop files here, or click to upload. And now let's come down, add another P, and in this P let's add a class name to this one also. Class name, I'm going to say text muted foreground, and empty one, and text SM. And then here I am just saying PNG, JPEG, and JPG up to 10 MB. I think we set it to 10 MB in upload thing, up to 10 MB each one. Let's also add an HTML4 for this one. Let's bring the class down, and HTML4, we will say image upload, like this. And now let's come below this label, let's add our input. Type will be file, and ID will be image upload. And let's also add accept. For the accept, we only allow image slash PNG, and then image slash JPEG, and image slash JPEG. Like, let's also add multiple, so we allow multiple files, and class name hidden. Let's also add onChange. The onChange will be handle file change. Handle file change, we will create this soon. Okay, now let's create the file preview options. If we have files, then we will say, if we have previews dot length greater than 0, and then in that case we will show the previews. Let's create a div first. We don't have the previews yet, but we'll create that soon also. We'll say class name grid, and grid columns, let's do grid columns 4, and then gap 4. Okay, and now let's come down and map through the preview images, previews.map, and then let's do item and index. Let's return. We will return a div with the key of index, and let's add a class name also. Class name will be position relative, overflow hidden, and also rounded XL. And let's add a border also. Let's come down, and then here let's add another div. In this div, let's add a class name. We will say position relative, and aspect, aspect square, like this. And now let's add our image. We will use Next.js image, import from Next image. Now let's add src to be item.url. Let's also add alt to be item.file.name. And let's add fill because it will fill its parent container because parent container is position relative. And let's add a class name to be object cover, like this. Okay, now let's create this handle change and preview. First thing, I'm going to create the previews. In here, let's do const previews, and then this one will be, let's do use memo from React, and then here in this use memo, let's do return, and then value that we have access to that dot map, and then let's do file, grab the file. Actually we can return like this. We'll return file, the file itself, and the URL will be URL. We generate the URL dot create object URL, and then we pass the file like this. Okay, let's also add the dependency to this use memo. Every time the value change, we need to update the previews. And now let's create the handle change, a handle file change, and then this will be an arrow function. Let's pass the E here. E will be react dot change event, and then HTML input element. And now in here, let's do const selected files, which will be array dot from e dot target dot files, or if it's null, then an empty array. And now let's check. If not selected files dot length. Oops. If not selected files dot length, then just return. And now let's create our next files. Const, because it will upload one by one, so we'll do next files will be spreading the value, and then spread selected file dot slice. How we slice? We slice from 0 to max file. Okay, and now let's do on change. Because it's optional, let's do this and then next file. Next files, like this. Well, we are getting an error here. I think because let's assign a default value to this value to be like this, and now the error should go away. And at the end, let's empty the target, e.target.value, e.target.value to be empty. Okay, perfect. So we are almost done. Let's create our page now. Go inside the app and then dashboard. Inside this dashboard, let's create a new file, generate a folder. And then inside this folder, let's create a file, page.tsx. And then in this page, let's do export default function, generate video page. Generate video page, and let's return a div. Let's add a class name to this div. I will just say minimum height to be screen and w full, like this. And then here I will do video generator. Import from components, video generator. Now, if we go to dashboard and then generate, we should see our form. Let's check it. Let's go to dashboard and then generate. And this is our form. As you can see, it's looking nice and beautiful. We forgot a button, so to submit our form. Let's go ahead and add our button. First, let's check if the drag and drop is working. I have a few images here. Let me upload a few images, and as you can see, it's working. Perfect. But we have to add an option to be able to remove the images also. Let's do that one also. Let's do that one first. So we should be able to remove images. I'm going to image uploader, and then here let's go down where we add image, and let's add it in here. We just add a normal button, and then let's add the type to the button. Type is button, and then on click, let's do it to be like this. An arrow function, handle remove. And we pass that index here. We don't have the handle remove function yet, but we will create that soon. Now let's add a class name. Class name will be position absolute. Let's also add from right to, from top also to, rounded full, and BG white divided by 9. And let's also add a padding 1, oops, P1, and shadow a little bit. And inside this button, let's add the, I don't know, X icon. You can import from Lucid React. And then let's add a class name to this X. Class name, we will add height for and weight for. I think that's all that we need. Now let's create this function, handle remove. Let's go up. In here, we will say const handle remove is an arrow function. And then let's pass the index here. Index is a number. And then here, let's do const next file, next files, which will be value.filter. We will filter it. The first argument we don't need, but we need the index. And then we will say, because this one we named index, let's do this one to be just I. If I not equal index. On change, let's do it to be next files like this. It's a handle remove. I forgot again the end. Handle remove. And now let's go to our video generator and add our button here. Let's come down in here. We are going to add our button. We can use the CN button. Import it from UI button. And now in this button, let's say generate video. And let's add the type to be submit. Let's also add size to be, I don't know, size to be LG. Let's also add class name. We don't need class name actually for this one. And let's also add actually enabled, disabled. When it should be disabled, form state dot is submitting. When it's submitting, it should be disabled. And this one also we can change. We can add a loader icon here. So we will say if form state dot is submitting is loading, then we do a loader icon. Otherwise, we do this generate video. Let's bring a spinner from UI spinner. And as you can see in the browser, it's already looking much better. So we have our generate video button. We have all our images that we can remove. Let's add a cursor pointer to this also. In our button also, we should add cursor pointer, class name, cursor pointer. Let's add that to here also when we want to remove an image button, and then in here cursor pointer. Checking this time, it's looking much beautiful and better. Okay, for the description, this one I think we can make it a bit bigger. We have to use text area, and now it should look better. Okay, now it's looking better. Okay, now it's looking much better. Okay, let's change this button first. I think the button is very big. And this button is full screen. So I just want to add a minimum max weight to this one. Let's do max W, and let's do it to be, I'm going to add this one, max weight 48, and let's save it. And I'm going to add in the actual card itself, let's add a little bit of border here. I'll add shadow LG and then border, and let's also add padding 7, rounded MD, and let's go down and move the button to the right, cell end. And now let's work on the functionality. First thing, I'm going to start working on the onSubmit function. Okay, to do that, let's start adding a try catch block. And now let's start from try block. In the try block, let's get first image URLs. In case that there's image URLs, and make it as an array of strings, and by default an empty string, an empty array like this. Let's come down, and then we will check if there are images and images.length greater than 0, then it means we have images, so we need to upload them. Just upload it, await start upload, and we need to pass images. And now we will check, we will assign image URLs, upload it dot map. In case we have images, then we will assign so, and then grab image.ufs URL, or otherwise we will say an empty array. Let's change this to be lit. And now let's come outside of this if block, and let's do const response equal await fetch, and we will send the response to /API/video/generate. We don't have that route yet, but we will create that soon. Let's do method to be post, and headers will be, let's only do content type application JSON. And now let's do body to be JSON dot stringify, and then we will stringify title, prompt, duration, and product images. I think we name it product images, which will be image URLs. Let me check in the schema.prisma. Yes, it is product images. Okay. And let's do const data is await response.json. And now let's come down. Let's do a toast.success, toast import from Sonar, and then do toast.success. And let's say video generation started. Video generation started. And let's redirect it to another page. Router. We don't have router yet. Let's create one. I'm going at the top in here. Let's do const router is use router. Import from Next navigation. And now let's go down in here. Let's do router.push, and let's push it to dashboard slash videos slash data.videoid, data.video.id, like this. And in the catch block, right now, let's just do an error. I'm saying toast.error. This is also error, and this is also error. Let's name this one to be E, that one to be E. And now let's do it to be FE, E in instance of error. Then we will do error.message, E.message. Otherwise, we will say failed to generate image. Sorry, not image, failed to generate video. This is for submission when we submit or want to generate the video. And let's also add actually another button, because someone may enter a very basic prompt, but we want them to be able to improve their prompt. So what we can do, where we have the text area in here, somewhere in here, let's do add a button. We can copy actually the other button, this one, and let's go up in here, paste it, and type this button. Let's do it to be improve prompt. Let's add an on click here, and then in this on click we will do improve prompt. We don't have this function yet. We are going to create it now. And for this one, we can remove this right now, even this one also. So let's create the improve prompt, const improve prompt, which is an async function. Let's get the prompt in here, const prompt, which will be form.get values, and we only get prompt. And now let's come down. Let's add a try catch block. Let's do E here and start from the try block, and we will do const response await fetch. Let's do slash API slash improve prompt, like this. And for the method and the extra stuff, we can use exactly the same thing like this. Method is post, and the headers content type application JSON, and let's do body to be JSON.stringify, and we only need to pass prompt. And now let's come down. We will say const data equal await response.json. And now let's do form.set value. We will update the value of the prompt, and we will update it to data.improve prompt, data.improve prompt, or the prompt itself. And let's also add the third argument here, which will be should there be true. So we will have validation here, and should validate true. And let's add a toast notification also. Toast.success, we will say prompt improved. And in the catch block, let's just do fail to improve prompt. We don't need this E, we just need a simple message. Toast.error, and we will say fail to improve prompt. Let's fix the mistake, the typo here. It should be improve prompt. Let's write down console log the data, because I'm not sure. I just put improve prompt here, improve prompt, but it may not be improved prompt. I think the improved prompt got imported from lib also. Let's remove this one and save the file. And now let's go and create the API route. Let's go here, and under the app API, let's create a new folder. We will name it videos, and then inside this video, let's create another folder, generate, and then inside this one, route.ts. And now let's do it to be export async function, and it is post, because we are creating a new video. Let's add request to be of type next request. And now first let's get the session. Let's do const session is await auth. Auth you can import from libauth.api.get session. And then in here, let's pass headers, which will be request.headers. Now we will check if there is no session.user.user, then we will just say return next response, next-response.json, and we will do error unauthorized to write like this. Let's also pass the status code. Status will be 401. In case session is undefined, let's add a question mark here, or in case if it's null. Okay, but if we have the user, now let's grab the data. We need title, prompt, duration, and product images from request.json. Await request.json. What we need a title, prompt, duration, and product images, like this. Okay, now it's time to generate our video. Let's come down, const video await db. You can import db from libdb.videos.create, and then pass the data here. User ID will be session.user.id. Let's also add title, prompt, duration, and status. Status let's add right now to be pending. And let's also add product images. Product images, which will be product images or null or an empty array, like this. It's complaining about that render progress is missing, but we can change that in the schema soon. But right now, let's send the result to Inngest. Await Inngest. You can import from Inngest client .send, and then the name is, I think the name of our ingest was video generate, the event name. And then the data, we only need to pass the video ID. Video ID is video.id, the one that we just created. And at the end, let's return next response.json. We just need to pass video, the new video that we created. And now let's go to schema.prisma, and then here, the render progress, let's add a default value to that. So default, let's add it to be 0. And now we have to do Prisma generate again. Let me shut down my div server. npx Prisma generate. Okay, perfect. The error has gone away now. Run this server again. And we have everything ready, almost. We have our API route, and we have the video generator. Let's also add another route for improving our prompt. Let's go here, and I don't know, not under the video, just under the API. I will create a new folder, improve prompt, and then inside this, let's create route.ts. I can copy the exactly the same route that we create here, because this will also be a post request, and we will change. Okay, we need these things. We don't need to send anything to Inngest, these ones. And in here, we only need the prompt. Okay. And now what we are going to do, if you remember, we created an improved prompt in the lib folder. Let me show you here. This is video generator. I think this is the one, improve prompt. We can use this function. Okay, let's do that. So in here, let's do const improve prompt because we named our response in the front end improve prompt. Let's do that. Let's do const improve and then await improve prompt. Import from lib video generator and then pass the prompt. And at the end, because if you remember, in our, where was it? In our image uploader, and not image uploader, video generator, we named our, where was our function? We named our variable to be improve prompt. Let's do that here also. So improve prompt will be improved. Or let's actually rename this one to be improved prompt. We don't need this db and ingest, and that's all that we need. Perfect. Let's go back to video generator, and then here let's add a few icons. I'm going to add an icon to our button here. In here, let me add a display flex first. Flex, and then justify between items center, and let's add an icon here. Let me go to Lucid React and find an icon. I'm going to use arrow right, this one. Click on see in action, and you can copy this one, move right. Or I can just copy this part. Import from Lucid React like this. I'm going to add another icon at the beginning in here. Let's bring, I don't know, let's click on AI, and then I'm going to use this one, brain circuit, and we don't need this anymore. Let's close it, and in here, let's paste this and import. And now if we check in the browser, it should look much better. As you can see, it's looking much better. So we have generate video and improve prompt. Okay. Let's try it actually, if it is working or not. Let's first try to improve our prompt. I'm going to say create a 2-minute video about the city of Gold Coast, Australia for tourism attraction. And if I click on improve prompt, let's fix the typo here. It's improve prompt. And also I'm getting a little warning in here. I think React is complaining about that we cannot use this way. It's not a good idea to use this. Let's use watch instead. Use watch from React hook. And then this one is, let's do it to be like this. Control will be form dot control, and the name is this one. Oops. Name is duration. The warning has gone away. And let's try to improve the prompt first. Create a 2 minutes promotional video about the city of Gold Coast for tourism attraction. And now let's click on improve prompt. Check the network, it's still pending. And now after it has been successful, our prompt has been changed. Amazing job. Now let's try to generate our video, Gold Coast, and let's make it to be, I don't know, 67 seconds. And we do not upload images this time. Let's click on generate video. It is sending API video generate. Now I think we named it videos, not video. So let's change it in here to be API videos. And this time let's click on generate video. Okay, perfect. We are being redirected to this page, but this page doesn't exist yet. But if we check our Inngest server, it is running. Let's wait for this to finish. Okay, as you can see, it has been finished. The ingest run has been finished. And if you click on the finalization, this is our video URL. Let's see how it's looking. We still cannot go to the single video URL in our app. We will do that one in the next chapter because this video is already so long. But let's check it here and let's play this one.
Discover the Gold Coast, Australia's vibrant heart of adventure, where stunning
I think it's looking pretty nice. It is our first try and it didn't generate full-length video. It just generated 5 seconds, but we will fix them in the next chapter. And now let's go to Xscalet Raw and mark these ones. We created API routes to generate video and improve our prompt. We created video form and image upload. Perfect. In this chapter, in chapter 8, we are going to create API route for video ID and we will create video ID page. Okay, let's go to our VS Code and create our video ID page first. In here, I'm going to close everything. Okay, inside the app, in dashboard, create a new folder and we will name it videos. And in these videos, we will create a new folder and a new file. The folder name will be ID and then the file name will be page.tsx. Let's say export default async function video details page. Default, I spelled wrong. Default like this. And let's pause and let's get the ID from params. So we can do params and then params is of type promise and we only need to grab the ID. ID is of type string. Okay, now let's come down. Let's actually first authenticate it. We will say const session will be await auth import from libauth.api.get session. And then let's pass the headers and headers will be headers. You can import from next headers like this. And let's make sure that we make it await headers. And now we will check if not session.user, then we will redirect import redirect from next navigation like this, and we will redirect to sign in page. Session may be undefined, session may be null, so let's add a question mark here in case if it is null. And now let's create our markup. Return, first thing we will return a div, and then this div let's add class name, min height, screen, and let's add a background BG gray 50 like this. Now let's add our main tag. In the main tag, let's add a class name to this one. Class name max weight 4XL, and let's also add MX auto, PX4, and PY8. And in here, let's do another div here, and let's add a class name to this div. I'm going to say BG Y, rounded LG, shadow SM, and P6. And now in here, let's add video title. Let's add a class name first. Text will be 3XL. Let's also add the font to be semi-bold and MB2. Now let's add the title to be video.title. So we don't have the video yet. Let's go up actually in here and fetch video. I'm saying const video equals await db.video dot find first, not find, it's find first. And then in here, let's pass the ID where ID is ID, and also let's pass the user ID. We have to destructure ID from params, const ID await params like this. So now we have access to ID, and let's also pass the user ID, because we want to fetch only videos that belongs to this user. Session dot user dot ID, and now we have access to video. It should be video dot title. Let's add a question mark here, so in case if it is null, or instead of adding like too much question mark, we can go ahead and then here let's add if not video, then just return not found. Import it from Next navigation. And now in here, let's add a p tag, and let's add a class name to this p tag, font medium. And I'm just saying video dot description. This is the video description. And now let's come down and then here add another div. Let's add a class name to this one. In here we will show the video status and duration. So let's make it grid, class name grid columns 2, and let's also add gap 4 and MB6. So now again let's add a span here. First let's add a fragment, and then inside this we need to add a span, and then in this span let's add a class name text sm, and let's change the color of the text also. Text gray, I don't know, 300 or 400, and then here we will say status video dot status like this. Let's add a space between them. I think we don't need this fragment because it's only a single element. And let's add also video duration in here to another, or we can copy exactly the same span and paste it here. And this time let's do duration and video dot duration like this, and let's add it to be in seconds, for example 4 seconds or 40 seconds. Let's wrap them in actually in another div, and then we will add a class name to this div. We will make it flex item center justify between and w full, and now we can paste this here, and let's copy this one, this div, and paste it once again, and this time we will add the date created at, and let's do video dot created at. I'm just going to use new date and video dot created at, and let's change it to local date string like this, and the other one will be the progress, and let's this time add video dot render progress. And now we have to render our video. Now let's come here and say video, if video dot status is equal completed, then in that case we will show the video. Let's do div, and then let's add a class name in here, class name shadow lg p6 p8, let's do, and m6 mb6 only margin bottom. And now let's add the video tag, and for the src let's do video.video url, and let's also check it if video url exists, and video.video url like this. Now the error has gone away. Let's add controls, and let's also add a class w full and rounded lg. Video is a self-closing tag. We don't need to close it like this. It's just a self-closing tag. And let's also add a button here for people to be able to download their video. Let's do it to be, I don't know, let's make it a link here, import link from Next link, and then here let's add an href to be video url like this, and let's make it to be download. Okay, and then here let's add a button. We can add a button or just a text. Let's add a button, import from components UI button, and then here let's say download video, and I think that's it. So it looks nice to me. You can render like the video script, the scenes that we created, every scene separately, and yes, whatever you want to create. But in this case, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to create one more conditional status here. And if in case if the video is failed, video.status, if it is failed, then in that case, I'm just going to return a div. Let's add a class name, will be bg rows 500 border, and in border also row 200. Let's also add rounded lg p4 and mb. Let's come down and now add our p tag here. Let's add a class name to this p class name, and let's do text rows 800 and font semi-bold. I think this one is, let's just make it 50, so it should not mix with the color itself. And then we'll say generation fail. Let's add another p, and in this p also we can add a class name. Let's do text rows 700, and let's do text sm like this. And now in here let's do video.error message, or if it is null, we will say an unknown error occurred. Okay, now let's actually try it in the browser and let's see if it's working. As you can see, we can see our previously generated video here, and we will fix the styling in a while. But right now, I think it's looking okay. And the download button and this shadow, they not looking what we expected. And let's go back to VS Code. And then here, let's go down. I think I'm going to bring this here. Let's cut this div. Actually, what I'm going to do it like this. Add another div. And then in here, let's do a class name, flex, and then flex column and gap 6 and justify a start. Let's also add item center. And now I'm going to cut this bar and paste it here inside this one. Let's cut this whole part and paste inside this one. And let's copy this once again and close it here, but open again in here. Let's also remove the shadow LG from the actual video like this. And I think that should be all good. If we check in the browser now, it's looking much better. Let's make this grid to be 100% W full, both of them. We can select both of them like this and W full. Let's also add W full to the parent div. And I think for the text, gray 400. I don't think that's looking nice. Let's make it to be a gray 700 or 800. Let's do 900 actually. Gray 900. It's close to black. And in here, the download video, let's add a class name to this one. Class name, we will do margin top. Let's make it 6. Okay. Now, if we check in the browser, let's also add display block, and we can go up where we created this status and duration and these things. Let's remove this gap 6. I think it's too much. Let's do gap 2. And this time, if you check in the browser, we don't have a back button here. So before this title, let's add a back button here so people can click on that and go back. So in here, I'm going to add it here before the main. Let's do div. And then let's add a class name to this div. Max W7XL, MX Auto, PX4, and PY4. Actually, we can say P4. And now let's come down. Let's add a link. In our link, let's say add a button. And for our button, we will make the variant to be, let's make the variant to be outline. And let's say it to be go back to dashboard. And then in the link, we will say href will be dash. Let's also add an icon back. I think we added in the video part. Let me grab it from Lucid React. We don't need these ones anymore. Click on icons and then arrow, click on type arrow or whatever you want. And then I'm going to grab this one, which is move left. Close it back and go back to VS Code. And then here, I'm pasting it like this. Let's import it from Lucid React. And let's add a class name. Let's add a class name to this link. Class name, flex, items, center, and then gap 4. Actually, no, we don't need to add the class name in here. We can add it in the button. And then we can move this one inside this button. Move it like this. Let's also add an icon to our download button. Download icon from Lucid React. And let's add a class name to this button. Flex, item, flex gap 4, and then item center. And I am also going to remove this BG gray. I don't think it's needed. And now, if we check in the browser, you can see it's looking much more beautiful and clean. Okay, we can add like a cursor pointer to these buttons, but we can do that in the actual button itself. Okay, in here, the default one, cursor pointer, and also the outline one also, cursor pointer. Let's see this time. Now there, all the buttons will be cursor pointer. Okay, let's try to generate this time a video with our own images. I'm back to dashboard, so we will fix this one in the next chapter. But this time, let's create new video. Oh, I think we have to fix that also, the navigation. And then here, let's say I downloaded a few images for Gold Coast tourism. Generate a 4-minute video for tourist attraction for the city of Gold Coast. And I'm going to improve this prompt. But before improving the prompt, let's actually add a loading icon to this one also. Let's go back to VS Code, and it was in generate video generator. Actually, it's in components video generator. And if you go down, we have this button here, but the spinner is not working. We can add a local state here. Okay, where we can add, let me add it here. Const is loading, set is loading, use state, import from React, and by default it's false. And let's set it to loading in improve prompt. Set is loading, and let's also add a finally block. So in the finally block, we will set it back to false. Finally, set is loading false. Okay, now we can use that one instead. We will say that if is loading, then show the spinner, otherwise improve prompt. Okay, this time let's go ahead and generate a video with our own images. Let's go and do that. I'm in the Generate AI video page. Let me refresh it. And now let's say Gold Coast tourism. Generate a 30-second video for tourism attractions in the city of Gold Coast. Let's improve the prompt first. Okay, perfect. And now let's increase the duration to be 30 seconds like this, and let's upload the images. I already downloaded a few images from Gold Coast from Unsplash, so I'm going to upload them. And these are the images that I downloaded from Unsplash. And now click on generate video. Okay, now it has been redirected us to the single video ID page. And if we check Inngest dev server, a run should be already started. As you can see, a run has already been started, and we have to wait for this one to generate our video. As you can see, it has been finished and finalized. And if we check in our app, let's refresh it. Well, it's looking a bit blurry and the text is at the top. We can fix that one later. We can make this one to be more high quality and the text should show always in the center. But let's play it now and see how it's looking. As you can see, it's animating, zooming out. But apart from that, I think it's looking pretty nice. And now we can go to Excalibur and mark these things as completed. Let's mark this one to be completed and create video ID page to be completed. In the next chapter, in chapter 9, we will go ahead and create our dashboard page and generating and fetching all the user videos. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 9, we are going to create API routes for our dashboard, create our dashboard. We already have our dashboard page, but we need to update it. We will add our logo and we will add our nav bar to the page. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to VS Code. Let me close all the open files, and if we open app and then dashboard and then this page, we can either fetch the video directly here and then pass to video list, or we can create an API route, and then from that API route, we create in the video list, we will fetch it in the client side. I don't know which way you prefer, but I think it is super easy to do it here. It will be server side, and I think that will be nice to fetch it. So let's do it here. Export const async function. And now let's make this page to be protected. So to protect it, we will just first say const session is equal await auth. You can import auth from libauth.api.get session and then pass headers, and headers is await headers, import from next header. And we will check if there is no session.user. If no session.user, then what we are going to do, then we will redirect, import redirect from next navigation, redirect to /sign in. Otherwise, if there is, the user is authenticated, then we will fetch videos, const videos equal await db, import db from libdb dot video dot find many, and then where the user id is session.user.id, like this. And then let's also do order by created at and then descending. Let's also add to take only 50, not more than that. Take the last 50 ones. And now in here we can pass videos. So let's do videos will be videos. So in the video list, we don't have it yet. Let's go ahead and do that one. Let's do it to be like this: interface video props. And then let's do videos to be of type video. You can import it from lib-generated Prisma client, and then it's an array of videos. And now let's come down in here. We will say videos and destructure it from video props. And now let's come down in the card content, and in here, instead of this array.from, what we should do, let's do it to be like this: videos.map. And then inside this one, let's grab the video, and I think we need only the video, yes. So for the key, we will do video.id like this. And for the content, let's do bring a video tag here, a video, and then src will be video.video URL like this. And then let's add controls, and let's add a class name also. Class name, we will add wfull and rounded lg. Video is a self-closing tag like this. Okay, I think it's saying let's make it as a string, so the error should go away. And let's go back to our page in here. py6, I'm going to increase it to 10. And this time, if we check in the browser and check our dashboard, we have our videos here. I already generated a few videos, but some of them are like not working. Okay, that's amazing. We have a lot of videos. Now let's add the title and the created ad and also the other stuff. So let's go to video in here, and for the card, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to remove the padding top to be 0. And now let's come down in here. Let's add a div, and then let's add a class name. Class name will be flex, a column, a gap for py6 and px2 like this. And let's come down. First, I'm going to add the title, class name, text, medium, font medium, and then let's add the title here, video dot title. We can add video description also, div, and then let's do class name, font, not font, sorry, it's text sm. And now let's come down in here. We will add video dot description like this. Before the video dot description, let's add the created at and the author. So I'm going to create another div, and then here let's do a class name, a flex, a gap 4, and py2. Okay, now let's come down. The first span will be video dot created at, and let me do it in a way like this: new date video dot created at dot to local date string, and let's make a text class name, a text sm, and text gray, I don't know, let's do gray 600, and the same for the user, for the username. But this time, instead of video dot created at, video dot user. Also, we have only user ID here. There is a multiple ways that we can do that. Right now, let's hard code it. Admin. We will come back to this later. And let's do it to be like this: created on, and then by admin, like this. At this time, if we check in the browser and let's refresh, well, you can see that it's looking a bit better. And I think we can move the title a bit up, and this one also the gap. So instead of py6, let's do py and px, both of them should be 2. And this way, and then we will remove this py from here. We don't need it. We can use hooks also here, but let's do, because we already use session in that page, we can pass our username also. So let's do username will be string, and let's go in here and pass the username. Username will be session.user.name, like this. And let's go back to video list, and then here let's destructure username, like this. I think we did a typo in here. It is username. Let's fix it. Username, like this. And now it should be all good. And now in here, let's change this admin to be username, like this. And if we check in the browser this time, it is the username. As you can see, it's the username. Perfect, amazing job. Now let's add a link so that it can go to the single video page. So let's come here and say link, and then let's add an href to this link. Href will be, let's do it to be, I think it's videos. Let's check the folder structure. It is dashboard, videos, and then ID. Dashboard, videos, and then video.id. And let's add a button here, button. And for our button, let's say watch full video. And let's also add an icon here. I'm going to add arrow right from Lucid React. And let's add a class name to this button. Class name will be flex item center, and then gap 4, gap 3, like this. Let's wrap it in a div, and then paste it here. But let's add a class name to this div. Class name will be flex justify in w full, and let's do py4, py5, like this, and px2, like this. If we save it and check in the browser this time, I think it's looking good, not bad. Okay, let's click on watch full video. It's taking us to the single video page. Perfect. For the logo, let's go to logo Epson. I already have opened it here, and I don't know which one to use. Let's come down. I think this one looks better. It looks like a video player. Okay, I copied the SVG version. If we go back to our VS Code, and in here, let's open the sidebar, and in the public folder, let's create a logo.svg, and paste the code here, like this. And now we can go to our nav bar, which is in components in here, and let's use that logo. Let's do it to be like this. Image src will be /logo.svg. We can use Next.js import from Next image, and this is the src. The alt will be video AI logo. Make it fill, and add a class name, object cover, and let's add a class name to the parent div also. Class name position relative, weight to be 10, and height to be 10. Okay, like this. And now let's also fix this one, dashboard generate. Okay, great. This is our logo. As you can see, it's looking nice and beautiful. Let's also add icons to these two buttons also. Let's go ahead and do that. For the first one, I'm going to add an icon. Let's say to be coins, import from Lucid React. And for the second one, I'm going to add a video icon from Lucid React. So now let's add a class name to both of these buttons. A class name. Let's do it to be flex and gar4 like this. Let's also make it to be item center. And this time, if we check the browser, it's looking much more beautiful this time. I create new video and buy credit. I'm also going to reduce the shadow LG to be shadow SM like this, and this time if we check in the browser, it is looking much more cleaner and beautiful. Okay, now let's go ahead and create one more video. I don't know, London tourism. Generate 36 seconds. Let's say 40 seconds. 40 seconds video promoting tourism attractions for the city of London. For the city of London. Let's improve the prompt first. And now let's let AI generate its images, and let's increase the duration to be 40 seconds. Click on generate video, and we have been redirected to this page. And if we check Inngest dev server, a run has been started, and we have to wait for this to generate our video. Okay, as you can see, it has been completed, and let's check it in our app, and let's refresh the page. Well, I don't know. I asked it to create a 40 seconds video, but it just created 4 seconds. I don't know what's happening, but we can fix that later.
London is calling, where centuries of history collide.
Okay, we can do that in the next chapter, but right now, let's go ahead and complete these ones. We didn't create API routes for dashboard. We fetched directly in the page itself, so it's complete. I created dashboard page. We added our logo, and I think we add navbar, and yes, we added our navbar. So this is our navbar. It was already there, but we fixed a little bit. So we fixed our navbar. Perfect. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 10, we are going to fix bugs. The bug that we have, like our video quality is so poor, and as you can see, instead of 40 seconds, it generated 4 seconds for us, and the text is not showing. We will fix all those bugs, and also we will add billing and subscription. Okay, let's start by adding billing and subscription, and then we will go ahead and fix the bug. Okay, let's go to Polar. I will add Polar for subscription. If you don't have an account, create an account. This is the first time I'm using Polar. I don't have an account, same like you maybe. I'm going to sign in with, continue with Google. So let's create an organization here. I'm going to name it videoai. And for the organization Slack, it should be very unique. I will add PWA for programming with that. Default payment currency, I will change it to Australian dollar. And I understand the terms and conditions. Click on continue. Okay, now it says create your first product or describe your product. I will click on manually, create manually, and now the product name will be video dev PWA. For the pricing, let's do monthly, and then currency is this one, and then the price type fixed price, and then let's add it to be $19.99 like this. Okay, now let's click on create product, and now let's click on go to dashboard and click on this one. Click go to sandbox because we will not use the production version. Continue with Google again, or whatever you like, and then here let's add a new organization again, video AI development, and then PWA. Currency will be Australian dollar. I understand the terms and conditions, and click on continue. You can describe your product or configure manually. I'm going to configure it manually. Product name will be Video AI development PWA. Pricing is recurring subscription, and every month currency is Australian dollar, and fixed price, let's do 19.99. And now click on create product, and then here click create access token. Again, video AI development PWA, and then the expiration never expire, and select all because it's good for development purpose. Click on create organization access token, and now copy this to environment variables. Go to your VS Code, and then .env, let's paste it here. I will wrap them in codes like this, and this one, let's just after subscribing the user, let's redirect them to dashboard like this, and let's put this one also in quotes, and let's do it to be localhost 3000, and that's all done. Now let's go ahead and let's go back to documentation, and then here, because we are using Better Auth, we already installed it. Let's click on that one, and let's use this one to install. Let's go to our terminal. In the terminal, let's paste the command. We already have Better Auth, so we are not going to install Better Auth. We only install Polar SH Better Auth and Polar SH SDK. Press enter. Okay, it has been installed, and now let's go ahead and use it. Copy these two imports and go back to our VS Code. Let me close this .env, and let's open auth, which is inside lib folder. Let's paste the two imports, and actually we only need to paste the first import. The second one, I'm going to create a new file for this one. Inside the lib itself, let's do polar.ts. Polar.ts, import it like this, and then let's do it to be, we can copy that from here. Polar client, export const polar client like this, and we just need to pass the access token. And then here, now let's add plugins in Better Auth. Add plugins, which is an array, and or you can just copy and paste from here. Let's copy paste from here, and let's paste it here. As you can see, it already has my product ID and the Slack video AI development PWA. I think for the Slack, I will change it to video AI Pro like this, and the rest is all done. Let's also update the auth client, so we don't need the checkouts and the webhooks and usage and portal. We don't have the Polar client yet, but let's import it from Polar. Okay, now open auth client, and in the auth client, let's also add plugins, and in the plugins we will add Polar client. Polar client from Polar SH Better Auth like this, and I think that's all done. And let's go to our navbar, dashboard navbar. This is where we have the buy credits, but let's change this one to upgrade to Pro, and then instead of coins, I will bring I don't know, crown from Lucid React, and let's remove the coins. Okay, and then here let's do on click will be auth client that we have dot checkout. And let's pass products here. You can either pass products or you can pass slugs. For the products, we need to pass product ID. You can either copy that from Polar dashboard or from your auth. Okay, let's copy this one and paste it here. It's an array because you may have multiple products. And now let's go back to our terminal. I'm going to shut down my terminal, my dev server. And then here, let's do npx prisma migrate reset. We will reset our migration because as you can see in here, it says create customer on sign up. Every time that user sign up, we will create a Polar customer also for that. And in our current database, we don't have this option. So we have to add this one. All our data will be lost. If we reset, we will say yes. And now let's go ahead and migrate again. Prisma migrate div, adding Polar payment. Okay, now our database is in sync with our schema. And one last important thing, we have to add a sandbox here. Server will be sandbox. Because we are just testing this one, we should add server sandbox. And now let's go in the browser and check it. Because we deleted everything from the database, I am already redirected to sign up page. Now let's register a new user. atik@email.com and password is 1234567 8. Create an account. Well, it's not working properly. It keeps redirecting me to the subscription page. Let's go ahead and fix that one. In our VS Code in here. Okay, in here, let's change this Polar success URL. I'm opening .env and at the end of the dashboard, let's add it to be like this. Checkout equal success. Polar success URL, make sure it is exactly the same. And let's also update this dashboard. Instead of the product ID, I'm going to use this slab, Video AI Pro. Let's go down here and then here, let's do slug and it's Video AI Pro. And let's make it an async function, async, and then await paste like this. And let's try this time. I'm going to delete this user and register again. Okay, let's go to our app. Let's register a new user. I will register myself at email.com and password is 1234567 8. Click on create an account and I am redirected to dashboard. Perfect. And if I check Polar dashboard now, go to customers, we have one customer. It is here. Okay, amazing. And now let's come here. If you click on upgrade to Pro, it redirects us to pricing page, which is not correct. I think it is because we have a link also. If we go to our VS Code, and here let's remove this link. And now if we check in the browser and click on upgrade to Pro, it redirects me to a Polar subscription page. Okay, perfect. The email is pre-filled. Let's click on cart and then let's do photo. And then the date is like, let's say 27 and I don't know, 4,400. Country, Australia. And let's subscribe now. This is a test card anyway. And once you subscribe, it should redirect us back to dashboard. And if we check our Polar dashboard this time, refresh it and come down, and as you can see, I am now subscribed. Subscription is here and orders and created and everything is here. Okay, perfect. Now what we are going to do, if you click on new video, I'm going to make this video images to be a pro option. If someone wants to upload images, they should be a pro member. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, you can either create a custom hook, or in this case, I'm not going to create a custom hook. I'm just going to directly use effect here. So, but before use effect, let's grab the session const data, which will be a session. We'll rename it to session, and this will be auth client. You can import auth client from lib auth client dot use session. And let's also create a state here. Const is pro, set is pro, and by default let's use state, and by default it is false. It's not a pro member. And now let's come down. After this duration value, let's create a use effect, import it from React, and then open the arrow function, and we can add, let's come down, and we can add the dependency to be session every time the session change. And what we can do here, let's create a function const check pro status, and then this will be an async function. And let's do const, I don't know what to, subscription list, something like that. And then await auth client dot customer dot subscriptions dot list. And now, before everything else, let's console log this subscription list and see what's inside this. Okay, I'm going to do it here. Console log subscription list, like this. And let's call the function here check pro status. Let's see in the browser, and as you can see, let's click on this one. We have subscription list, and then data, and then we have result, items. As you can see, result is an object, and then items is an array. This is the number of subscriptions that we have. So if you open the first one, we have the status active. It means we are subscribed. We are a pro member. Okay, perfect. So what we can do, we can, from subscription list, we can directly destructure data, and then result dot items, and then the first one, structure data. And then here we will say if data dot result, if data has result, then we will set that is pro, set is pro to be data dot result dot items, and then grab the first one dot status, and then we will check if the status is active, then set it to true, otherwise false, like this. But you can, for the security purpose, you can check it properly in the backend. But right now, I'm just going to do it like this. And now let's go down where we have our image upload option. This is the title, prompt, duration, and images in here. So before image uploader, let's do, after this add video images optional, I'm going to add is and check is pro. If not is pro, then in that case, I'm going to do it like this, a span, just a span tag, but you can add a div or whatever you want. And now let me add a class name. Let's do flex items center gap 1 rounded MD, and let's add BG amber, I don't know, 100. Let's add PX2 and PY 0.5, like this. Text to be XS, which is around 12 pixel, and font, let's do to be bold. Let's also add text to be text amber, I don't know, 700, like this. And let's come down now. And inside, let's add the crown icon. Import from Lucid React if you don't have already. And let's add a class name to this one. Class name height will be 3 and weight will be 3. Like this. And let's also add a text. We will say Pro. This is a Pro feature. And then for the image uploader itself, let's put it in a div and then add a class name to this one. Let's add a class name relative and paste this back here. And then here we will check only if the member is pro, and then only in that case he or she should be able to upload file. And below this image uploader where we added this div position relative, let's do it to be like this. Not is pro, and then let's do a div. I'm just going to add a class name to this. Class name absolute, position is absolute, inset 0, z index is 10. Let's also add display flex, cursor pointer, flex column, and items center, and justify center. Let's also add rounded MD, BG white. Let me come down and now BG white, and then let's divide it by, I don't know, 60, like this. And let's also add backdrop blur to be 2 pixel, which is a custom one, 2 pixel like this. And let's add on click. We will add handle pro click. We don't have that function yet, but we will create that soon. And now in here, let's add a lock, import the lock icon from Lucid React. And let's add a class name to this one. Class name will be MB2, height 8, and let's weight 8. Let's also add text muted foreground, like this. And now let's add a p tag. Below this lock screen, let's add p. And in this p tag, let's add a class name first. Class name text SM and font medium. Let's also add text muted foreground, like this. And now upgrade to pro to upload images, something like this. And now below this p tag, let's add a button, and then in this button I'm going to add a class name also. Let's do empty margin top 2. Let's do border amber 500 and text also amber 600. And let's also add the hover to be BG amber 50. And now let's say upgrade now. Now let's go ahead and create this handle pro click. Let's go up. After this one, which is improve prompt, we will create a new function, const handle a pro click, and this is an async function. So let's check if not pro already. If not is pro, then in that case we do await auth client.checkout, and then we pass the slack, and let's grab the slack from auth like this. I think I misspelled this somewhere. Let's copy this one and paste the where that we added it. And oh, I forgot the E. Okay, let's paste it like this and save it. And if we check in the browser this time, because I am a pro member already subscribed, that's why I can see this one to upload images. But let me register a new user. Let me clear. We don't have a sign out button yet, but let's clear the cookies from here, application, then cookies, and then clear them. And now it should redirect us back to sign in page. Okay, click on sign up again. This time let's do, I don't know, Julia, and then Julia at email.com, and let's the password 123456778. Click on create account. Okay, it redirected the user to home page, but let's go to generate dashboard and then generate. And as you can see, it's locked. The pro feature is locked. So once you click on this one, upgrade now, it will redirect you to the payment. You can pay from here, and then after you pay, you will be a pro member, and then you will be able to upload. Okay, perfect. So now that we have done this part, now let's go ahead and fix our bugs. Remember in here, we finished the billing, and now let's go ahead and fix the bugs. Let's go to VS Code. I'm going to close all of these open editors. And now let me go to Remotion and open this root.tsx. And then here, where we calculate this metadata, this one, we have to change this a little bit. For the type props, that's correct. The since is type props.since, that's also correct. But total seconds, we have to change this part. This one should be, okay, since.reduce ACC and then since ACC dot plus since.duration. The total seconds is also correct, but we have to change this return. Okay, duration in frames. This one should be total seconds dot FPS, like this. We did hard code it previously, and we can grab FPS from here, FPS, like this. And now let's go to video composition, and then here, if you go down where we have this one, a scene component, let's move the animated text to be at the very end. And now let's go to video renderer, and then here where we have render media, let's change this CRF from 24 to 16, and let's change the scale from 1 to 2. So the resolution is 2 times. Image format, that's correct. JPEG quality, that's also correct. I think we can change this to 100. Well, if we go to root, in here it says that FPS is undefined, but if we check, but since we have FPS already 60 here, if you can check it in the composition, so we can hard code it to be 60. 60 is the correct number. And FPS, this one is, we can remove back. And now let's go ahead and generate a video. And let me refresh the browser. Let's say a boy taking his cow. Generate a video of a boy taking his cow out to eat grass. Let's improve the prompt. Okay, and now let's increase this a little bit. Let's make it 20. And now let's generate video. And as you can see, we have been redirected to single video ID page. And if we check in just div server, a run has already been started. We have to wait for this to generate our video. Okay, our video is looking nice. I think we still have a few bugs that we have to fix. The first one is that when we play our video, let's play. The text is showing there, but it is not visible. So behind the scenes, I have fixed that one. The fix is super easy. If I show you in VS Code, let's open video composition. And the only thing that I did is in the animated text, instead of Tailwind CSS classes, I added inline style like this, because I don't know why the Tailwind is not working with this Remotion absolute. It's not working properly. That's why I added inline style. All those Tailwind classes, I converted it to inline style like this, and it is working perfectly like this. Now let's go ahead and one more thing that we need to add is let's add a user button here. Let's check Better Auth documentation, Better Auth UI, and then here if you click on components and then user button, this is the one that we can use, user button. So let's go ahead and add this one. We can close this file, we don't need that anymore, and then let's open navbar, dashboard navbar, and let's add it here. User button import from Better Auth UI like this. And if you check it now, it should be already there. You can see this here. But I'm going to change the background color and the height a little bit to match these buttons. So to do that, let's do class name. It will be a BG Blue 600. And then let's also add on hover BG Blue 600. I'm going to add a little bit opacity to this. Let's do 80, or let's do 90. And let's also fix the height to be 9. By default the height is 12, but we will add 9. And now if we check this time, it is looking like the other two buttons. I think it is not 600, it should be 500. Let's do it 500. And this time it matches the other two buttons. If you click on this one, and then it's the username, and then settings, and then sign out. Let's make it to be a cursor pointer like the other two buttons. Cursor pointer like this. And now it's cursor pointer. And when you click on settings, you have all the settings there. For example, you can change your username, you can change your email, you can change your password, whatever. It's all there. It's here. It's already provided by Better Auth UI. And you can click on security. From here, you can change your password, connect your social providers, and then there is current sessions. You can revoke your session, or you can sign out from here. Okay, perfect. Now let's add a billing option here, because we already added Polar to our application. We can use auth client and then .customer. So let's do that. I'm going to add it here inside this one. Let me add a button. And then in this button, I'm going to import credit card from Lucid React like this. And let's also add a span, or we don't need a span. We just say billing and subscriptions like this. And let's add an on click to this one. On click, let's add to be like this. It will be auth client. Let's make it an async function first, async, and then we can do await auth client dot customer dot portal like this. Let's also add a variant to this button, variant to be outline, and let's also add a class name. For the class name we will say bg none and border none like this. Let's also add a margin left or padding left, and let's do PL8. Oh, it's outline, not outlined. And let's also make sure that our logo, when we click on our logo, it's going to homepage. We will wrap it with a link, and then in this link, let's add href, will be homepage, and then we paste our image like this. Okay, I think we are all done. This is billing and subscriptions. This is our logo, but the homepage, we will create that soon. And if you click on billing and subscription, it will take you to a Polar billing and subscription customer portal. And as you can see, you don't have no active subscriptions. But let's go ahead and this time let's generate a video by uploading our own images. Right now, if I want to generate a video by uploading our own images, because he or she is not a pro member, that's why he or she cannot upload images. Okay, let's sign out from here and sign in with another user that has already subscribed. So I'm going to sign in with atik@email.com. And let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now let's go to dashboard. And the dashboard, this user doesn't have any video. Okay, let's create one for this user. As you can see, he or she can upload images. Gold Coast tourism, generate a 10-second or 15-second, let's do 10 seconds video about tourism attractions in Gold Coast City. I'm going to improve the prompt a little bit. Okay, now it's actually already 10 seconds, so let's keep it 10 seconds. And now let's upload our images, and these are the images that I'm going to upload. And now if you click on generate video, and we are redirected to the single video ID page. You can add Inngest real time to the project, and then in here it will show real time updates. But in this project, I'm not going to do that. And if we check Inngest dev server while it's running, let's fix this one. And one more thing I want to show you, because this user is already a pro member, let's click on billing and subscription. It will take you to Polar portal, and as you can see, this user has a subscription for $19.99 a month, and he or she can manage subscription from here, can cancel, and the card details, everything is here. Okay, now let's fix this one. Let's open video generator .tsx, and then here we already have this is a pro option. Well, this is one way, but there is another way also. Let me do in a different way. I'm going to create a hooks folder, or probably there is already one. Let's create a use pro.ts and move this one to the custom hook. Let's move this one, remove it from here and bring it here. Export const, do use effect. You can import use effect from React. Let's also copy the is pro and set is pro, this one, and let's also bring the use state and use effect. We don't need them here, but we can add them in here. So now we can save it, and I think we can pause a session also. We need use state here, and let's do it to be like this. Move use state again there. We need use state here, but we don't need use effect. We can remove that one. and we can bring auth client there. In here, let's do import auth client like this. And now in here, let's return and set is pro like this. And now let's use this hook in here. So what we can do in here, let's do const is pro from use pro. Okay, let's import use pro manually. Import use pro from hooks and then use pro. Bring this one is pro and paste it here. And now we will check, and then we don't need to show this upgrade to pro because he or she is already a pro member. So only if he or she is not a pro member, then only in that case show this path. Perfect. Let's see in the browser. Okay, as you can see now, there is no upgrade button, and also in here we can see billing and subscription. Perfect. But the video generation failed. I don't know why, but we can go ahead and create again. Let's do it again. I'm going to say Gold Coast Tourism. Generate a 10-second video for tourism attractions for Gold Coast City. Let's improve the prompt, and now let's increase this to, it's already 10 seconds. Let's import our images, uploading images, and I already downloaded images, as you remember. These are the images that I downloaded from Unsplash. And now click on generate video, click on generate video. Now we are being redirected to the single video ID page, and if we check Inngest dev server, a run has already been started, and we have to wait for this to generate our video. Okay, as you can see, our video got generated and it's finalized, and let's see that in our app. Let's refresh this page, and this is our video. As you can see now, it looks a bit more high quality since we changed the image quality and we uploaded our own images, and also we added inline style to the text, animated text, so we should be able to see the text also. Let's play it. As you can see, we have the text here. Let's play it again. As you can see, it's a bit laggy because the video files are heavy files, so it needs to be cached, or the place or the server that you store your video should be very close to you. But in my case, I'm storing it in upload thing, and upload thing doesn't have a server. The place that I'm living, because I'm using the free version, it stores it in America. I think it's in somewhere in I don't know, in Texas somewhere, and it is far away from Australia, so that's why it's laggy. And but if you want it to perform well, you can use platforms like mux.com. You can use this one, or you can store to or you can upload your videos to AWS and add a caching and CDN. But for this tutorial, we are not going to do that. I think this is all good. And as you can see, the text I added a bit of shadow to the text. If you want to change, you can change in the H1, the animated text, and this, I think this is the H1 and this is the P. But by the way, it looks nice. So we are able to generate video with the exact same length that we are expecting. And I think that's all for this video. For this chapter, let's go to Excalibur and mark this as done. Chapter 10, bug fixes. We fixed our bugs, and then we added billing and subscription. Perfect. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 11, we are going to create our homepage and add the sign in and sign up buttons. Right now, if you check and go to homepage, sorry, this is dashboard page, but this is homepage. It is like a very basic homepage. Okay, let's go ahead and create our homepage. And the first thing I'm going to do, let's go back to VS Code and I don't know, let's close all these files and let's open the sidebar. And in the sidebar, we can create a component, but I'm just going to do directly inside this page.tsx. This is our home page. I'm just going to add a main tag. Change this div to main, and then let's add a class name. And in this class name, let's say minimum height will be screen and BG will be background. Let's remove this home page and let's add our hero section. Actually, I'm not going to create a component. We can write hero section directly here. Okay, to do that, let me do it like this. I'm going to open a section, and then in this section, let's add a class name, position relative, overflow hidden. Let's also add pt32, bb20, and I think that's all classes that we need. And let's come down, let's add another div, and then here let's add a class name, position absolute, and then in set let's make it 0. Let's do bg linear gradient, and then we will do 2r to right, and I'm going to add like a very basic colors, like I'm going to do like this, 1a 1a 1a, and then let's add 1 pixel, and let's do the next one to be transparent, again 1 pixel, and let's come out of this this bracket, and then let's do another linear gradient, and this time let's do to bottom, and then let's do again our color 1a 1a 1a, and then 1 pixel. Let's do transparent, also 1 pixel, and let's come down. Let's bring this one also down. So we can bring this one, and then from here that BG starts, bring this one also down, and then here let's do BG and then size 4rem and 4rem, like this. Okay, Tailwind is complaining about this one. It says you can write it like this. So let's remove this from here, and we do bg size and 4rem like this. Let's also add a mask here, and then come here, let's do mask image, and then let's do radial gradient, and then I'm doing ellipse 60% and 50%. At 50%, 0%, 50% and 0%, like this. And then the color, let's do 000, which is completely black, but 70%. And then let's add a comma. We will do transparent. Transparent will be, let's do 110%. Okay, Tailwind is saying that we can write it like this. Let's copy this from Tailwind. Replace this mask with the one that Tailwind suggested with this one, and let's fix the indentation. And now let's come inside this div. Let's add another div, which will be a self-closing tag div. And then in here, let's do class name, position absolute, left 1 to 2, and then top 0, and z index -10. Let's also add a height, a fixed height. I'm going to add 600 pixel, and weight also 600 pixel. Well, Tailwind is again complaining. It says you can write H150 and height W150. Okay, and now let's do translate x to be -1 to 2 minus translate x to be 1 to 2, like this, and round it full, and also bg accent to 10, and then blur will be, we will add a custom blur 120 pixel, like this. Let's bring this class down like this, and now let's come down. I'm going to add another div, div, and then let's add a class name here, mx auto, and then max w7 xl px6. Let's add our h1 now, and then in this h1 let's add a class name, mx auto, max w will be 7xl, text balance, and text for Excel, which is super big. Let's also make font bold and tracking type. Let's add text foreground. Okay, like this. And now let's add the content. Create stunning videos. Let's open a span here, and then I'm saying AI magic. And then let's add a class name to this one. Class name. Let's add the text to be blue, which is matching our button. And now let's come out of this h1 and add our p tag. The p tag, let's add a class name first. We can just say the same thing that we added for h1, mx auto. We can copy this part. We don't need this px and text center here, but we need w max w to be 2xl. And now let's do text pretty, make it pretty, and text lg. Let's also add text muted foreground, and I think that's it. Let's add our content now. Transform your ideas into a professional videos in minutes. Just describe what you want and let our AI handle the rest. No editing skills required, like this. And now let's add in here, let's come down and add another div, and let's add a class name. We will say mt10 flex column items center, justify center, gap 4, and now let's come down, add two buttons here. Button import from components UI button. And for the first one, let's add a class name. I will say gap2 bg accent text background, and let's also add a size to be lg. And now let's add the content of the button here, or the button level. Start creating, and let's also add another button. We can also add an icon here actually. Let's do arrow, and let's do this one to be flex items center, justify between. Let's add another button. We can copy this one. Actually, we don't need another button. That should be enough. And if we check in the browser this time, well, it's not showing anything. I think we missed one thing here in our VS Code. Let's add the index. Let's wrap them, everything inside another div, all of them. And I will add another div. Let's add a class name to this. Class name will be absolute, and inset 0. And my index -10, minus index 10. And now let's paste the other content and save and check in the browser. Well, it's not showing. I think it's because of the position absolute. Let's remove a position absolute from here and from here, these two places. And now it should work. As you can see, it's working, but and this start creating button, let's fix that one also. BG blue 500. And now let's add our nav bar at the top. Let me wrap this in a fragment in here like this. And let's bring our dashboard nav bar. Actually, that nav bar is just for dashboard. Let me check. I think we should not name this to a dashboard nav bar. It's just nav bar should be all fine and okay. But anyway, we can use this one. Let's do it to be dashboard navbar. Import it like this from component dashboard navbar. And if we check in the browser, you can see it here. So, but we can go ahead and modify them. If someone is not logged in, we do not want to show the billing and subscription, new video, and the user button. Let's do that. Go to dashboard navbar. We will show the logo, but in here, and let's actually import auth client first. Oh, we already have auth client. It's already here. So let's use it like this. Cons session is auth client dot use session, and then come down here. Let's wrap this button to be f session dot data dot user.user.id. If session.data.user.id exists, then in that case show this button. Let's make sure it's not null like this, and if you add a question mark, it will make sure that data is not null. And let's also add this in here. We can wrap the whole thing. We can create another one, another div. Let's do it to be again like this. No, if session dot data dot user dot id exists, then only in that case show this one. Actually, we can do this one a ternary operator. We show this part. Otherwise, let's do a div. And then in here, let's add a class name. I'm going to just copy this class name and paste it here. And now let's add our button. We can use this button, the new video button. And then instead of this video, let's do user icon from Lucid React, and let's make it to be sign in. And this button, we can wrap it in a link. Let's do it to be link, and then paste the button inside, and the href will be /auth/sign in like this. If we check in the browser this time, let's open it in incognito mode, because currently our user is logged in. But if we open in incognito, you can see only sign in and our logo and our hero section here. So if you click on this one, it should take you to sign in page. And from here, you can change it to sign up or sign in. Okay, perfect. And now I think we can add a pricing section here. Let's do that one. Let's go back to VS Code and let's close this dashboard navbar. And at the very top of this home page, I'm going to create a plans, hard code it right now. And let's add two objects inside. Name, let's do a starter, a price, free. Let's also add description, perfect for trying out video AI, our platform name. And let's also add features. For the features, I'm going to add an array of strings, and let's add some dummy text. Five videos per month, 720 export quality, basic templates, and watermark on export. Let's also add one more feature, community support. Let's change this one to be basic like this. And at the end, let's add a CTA to be get started. Okay, let's add another plan. And for this one, I'm going to add it pro. The pro plan will be, I think we added $19.99. Let's change the description for creators who need more power. And let's add the features to be unlimited videos. We don't need this per month because it's unlimited forever. And then 720, let's do 4K export quality, and basic templates, a pro template. Let's also add no watermark, and then instead of community support, we will say priority support like this. I think that's all. And for the CTA, we can leave it like. And now let's go down after this main. In here, let's do a section, or we can do inside that main actually, but let's do inside it. Let's create a section, and then in this section, let's add a class name py20, and I think py20 is enough. And let's also add another div. Let's add class name to this, mx auto, and max w7xl like this. Let's also add px6. Let's come down and add another div class name, just text center. And let's come down, add our h1 tag. For the h1, let's add a class name also. Let's make the text to be 3xl, which is 30 pixel, font bold, and text Let's do text foreground, and let's add the content, the label, simple transparent pricing. Now let's come out of H1 and add the p tag. In the p tag, let's add a class name, mx auto mt4 and max W to Excel. Let's also add text muted foreground, and let's come down and add the label or content. Start free and scale as you grow, like this. No hidden. Let's also add no surprise. And now let's come out of this p and this div tag, and now let's add another div. Let's do it to be a let's add a class name to this class name mt16. Let's also add a grid and grid columns 2. Let's add a gap of 8, gap 8, and now let's map to the plans.map. We will get a single plan, and let's return a div, and let's add the key first. Key will be plan dot name, not key u, it's just key. Okay, and let's also the class name, and let's add it to be relative rounded xl border. It should have border and p8. Let's also add border and bg to the car. Let's come down, and now let's add another div. Let's add a class name, the text center. Let's come down, add an h1 tag. Actually, let's do h3. Add h3 tag, and then let's add a class name. Class name for the h3 will be text lg font semi-bold and text foreground. And let's add the text to be plan dot name. h3 is done. Now let's add a div, and in this div let's add class name. Class name mt4 flex items baseline like this, and justify center and gap 1. Let's come down, add a span tag, and in this span tag, because 1 is free, we only show this one. Let's add a class name to this span tag, and then in this class name let's do text to be for Excel. Let's also add font bold, a text foreground, and plan.price. Okay, and then here we can add another span. This is for period, plan.period. I think we forgot period. Let's add period because this one doesn't have a period, but this one, it will have a period. So 19.99 is per month, like this. And then here we will check if it has period, if there is plan.period, and then in that case, let's show another span. And let's add a class name to this span. Class name text muted foreground, like this, and let's do plan.period, like this. Okay, perfect. And now let's come down in here. Let's add our features. We'll add ul, and let's add a class name mt8 and space y4, like this. And let's do plan dot features dot map, and then f for feature, and then let's do li. In this li, let's add a key first, key equal 10. And now let's add a class name, flex items center, and let's add gap 3 and text same. Now let's add f here, and now let's add a check mark icon, from Lucid React imported, and add a span here, and add a class name to the span, text muted foreground, like this. And then let's add just the f, which is feature. And now let's come down below this ul and add a button. And in this button, let's add a class name. Class name will be mt8w full, and let's do bg secondary text foreground. And for the label, let's do plan CTA like this. Okay, perfect. I think if we check in the browser this time, this is our price. Amazing job. We have a starter plan which is free and a pro plan which is 19.99 a month. I think we are all done. So people can generate new video from here. If he or she is a pro member, he or she can upload images also. Otherwise, he or she can just generate video and the images will also be generated by AI itself. I think let's add another option here so people can go to dashboard. We can again open dashboard navbar and let's add it in here. Before this, let's add a button, and then in this button let's do dashboard. Let's add a class name first. Class name, it will be bg none and border none and pl8, and let's add the variant to be outline. And now let's come down, add dashboard here, but let's wrap it in a link, and then let's put this inside the link, and href will be /dashboard. We can make the dashboard also to be inside the to show only for authenticated users. So let's do it like this and wrap them in a fragment like this. Let's check in the browser this time, and we have dashboard. Okay, people can go to their dashboard where they can see all their videos. So these two videos didn't work properly. They were not successful, but the last video that we uploaded our own image, it is working perfectly which is very high quality also. Okay, let me log out of this account. Let's click on sign out, and we are being redirected to sign in. Let's register a new user. We will name it user and then user@email.com, and password is 12345678. Let's create an account, and now we are in the home. He or she can upgrade to pro, can go to billing and subscription, but he or she doesn't have billing and subscription, and can go to dashboard. If he or she go to dashboard and let's refresh, he or she doesn't have anything here. I think we can add something here. Let's go ahead and add. If someone doesn't have anything, any video, let's add a button for them to, for example, create their first video. I'm going to close this one and this one, and in the dashboard page, and let's see where it is. Dashboard, this is the dashboard page, and let's do it to be like this. I'm just checking if there is videos.length greater than 0. Let's do it like this. Videos.length greater than 0, then show this part, otherwise show a div. But in this div, let's add a class name, height to be screen, w full, and flex, items center, justify center. And let's add card here, import from UI components UI card, and then in this card let's add class name. I'm going to say border none and shadow LG like this. And now let's add a button this time, and in this button let's I don't know, let's say create your first video. And let's also add the video icon in this one, video icon from Lucid React, and the text like this. And let's add a class name, flex, and then gap for items center. Let's wrap in a link and paste the button. For the link, it should go to dashboard / generate, and check this time. it doesn't look good, but let's add weight and height to that, and w full, but let's add, actually not w full, we can add w7xl and mx auto, and then here we can do w full. In here we can do w full and h full. Let's do flex also, and item center and justify center. And instead of height full, let's do it to be I don't know, age fit content. Yes, we can do age fit, and let's add P to be P20, like this, P20. And let's also add in here, let's add the card title. And for the card title, let's say no videos yet. For the card itself, let's do to be ring also 0, ring 0, like this. And if we check in the browser this time, it is looking very good. So if someone doesn't have any video, they can click on this one or this one to create a new video. And as you can see, since they are not a pro member, they cannot upload images. Let's, for this user, generate a new video. A beautiful talking bird. Generate a 5-second video of a beautiful bird, talking bird in a beautiful sanctuary, like this. Let's improve the prompt, and now let's make it 5 seconds and generate the video. We have been redirected back to single video ID page, and if we check Inngest dev server, another run has been started. We have to wait for this one to generate our video. Okay, as you can see, it has been finished and finalized. If we check in our app, let's refresh this page. You can add a custom loader for this one also, but I think that's okay. I'm not going to add. So this is generated completely by AI, the images and everything. Let's play the video. As you can see, the video is very laggy. And as I mentioned previously, you can use Mux or React Video or Video.js, or you can store your video to storage like AWS S3 or Cloudflare, which have cache options, and they are available everywhere. But in this case, I'm storing it in upload thing, and it has issues like this. Okay, I think that's all done. This user also has a video now, and let's go to Excalibur and mark these ones to be done. We have added created homepage, and we have added sign in and sign up buttons. Even if you log out, let's log out. Currently we are in sign in page, but if we go to a home page, we still should be able to see something, which is this one. Okay, perfect. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 12, we are going to deploy our application to production, and we will check post-production after we deploy it in case if there is any error, and we will make sure that our app is up and running. So let's go to GitHub and create a new GitHub repository. And here, click on the plus icon and new repository, and let's name our repository video AI. You can name whatever you want and click on create repository. And now for these steps, Git init, when you create a Next.js app, it already initialized Git for you. And now we can do Git commit. Let's go to our terminal, and then here let's do first Git add dot, which means Git add everything. And now in here, let's do Git status to see if everything is added. Yes, everything has been added. And now let's do Git commit. This is our first commit. And now let's go back here and let's change our branch. I'm not going to use main branch. I'm changing it to master branch -m and add master. Let's also add this Git remote in here, paste it, and now let's do Git push -u origin master. We change this main to master, like this. Now if we refresh our repository, we should have our video AI codes here. As you can see, it's here. Amazing job. Now let's go ahead and in here go to Vercel and connect it to Vercel. And once you are in Vercel, add new project, and from here choose the GitHub repository. For this case, I'm using video AI, import it, and now add the environment variables. I'm going to VS Code, and then here let's open .env file and grab all these environment variables. Let's paste them here and click on deploy. We have to wait for the deployment to finish. Okay, as expected, the deployment failed because I forgot to add post install script. So let's go to our VS Code, and then here let's open package.json, and let's go to script section, and then here let's add post install, and then Prisma generate. And now let's deploy, let's push this commit, adding post install script commit and sync changes. And let's go back to our cell in here and click on go back. Now I don't know what happened to my project. Let's click on new project again and import video AI again. Let's add environment variables, go back to our VS Code and bring this environment variable, paste them here and click on deploy. And this time the deployment is successful. Click on continue to dashboard, and this is our app doing. Click on this one and we can see our app live and Vercel. Let's copy this URL and go back here. And now in here, if you click on setting and then click on environment variables, let's change something here. So Better Auth URL, it is localhost. We should change this one to be this new URL right now that we just deployed. Save it. Let's also add what else we need to change. We should also change this polar success URL. Let's change from localhost to this new URL like this, and click on save, and now redeploy the app. Click on redeploy. View deployment. It's building. We have to wait for that to finish, and the deployment is successful again. Now the ingest may not work yet. Let's go to ingest cloud, and then here click on sign up. Already have an account, then click on sign in. I'm going to sign in with my GitHub, and now I'm signed in. Let's click on this one, switch organization, and then from here let's click create new organization. I'm naming it video AI PWA, like this. We already have an ingest app, and now let's click on integration. Click on Vercel, connect Vercel to Inngest, add integration, select your account. This is my account, and click on continue. Now select your project. I'm going to select video AI, save configuration, and continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. In here, find video AI again, this one, and click on configure. Let's add a deployment protection key. I'm going back to Vercel here. When you are on Vercel, click on setting and click on deployment protection. Let's come down in here, protection bypass for automation. Just click on add, and you don't need to add anything, and click on add in here. And now copy this copy this secret, go back to ingest, and then here let's test it here. Save configuration. And now let's go back to Vercel. In here, we can go back from here, and let's click on redeploy. Once we redeploy this one, it will connect to Inngest successfully. Let's wait for this to finish. Okay, redeployment is successful, and after successful redeployment, and now it has been synced with Inngest and it's up and running. Let's open it in a new tab. Click on sign in. Let's see if everything is working. Create a new account, Naimi, and then Naimi at pwa.com. Let's add a password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Click on create an account, and we are being redirected to the home page. You can upgrade to pro, you can create a new video, and looks like everything is working and everything is in production. Amazing job. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment below and tell me what you want me to build for the next video. I really appreciate your suggestions. See you in the next video.